Musical with Bing Crosby, Judy Irwin, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids and Phil, the Charioteers, Yuki, and Bing's special guest, Metro Golden Bear's new star of the musical Technicolor picture To Marry Was a Lady, Rags Ragland. And here's Bing Crosby.
Me name is McNamara. I'm the leader of the band. Although we're few in numbers, we're the finest in the land. We play at wakes and weddings and at every fancy ball. And when we play for funerals, we play the march and song. The drums go bang and the cymbals clang and the horns they blaze away. A Kathy pumps the old bassoon while I the pipes do play. Tennessee tunes the flute and the music is something grand. A credit to old Ireland is McNamara's band. And the trumpets blast away. McCarthy's young while the doghouse bumps and the clarinet swings where Tennessee tunes the flute and the music is something grand. A credit to old Ireland, McNamara is the best band. Kraft Music Hall, friends, heading out by shortwave for the battle stations of the United Army. The armies of nations are united by the unfaltering belief that all men should be free men. They're fighting strong, cruel, and desperate enemies who are not united. Each is fighting his own battle. At this very moment, one of the enemy is virtually an ally. The men who will eventually win are men united by one cause and one belief. That's why we stick together. That's why we've got to stick together. But getting back to the old Kraft Music Hall, we find...
Hey, I'm back.
Not back far enough. Who are you?
You asked me that 14 times already. I'm Yuki.
That's no excuse.
Look, do I make fun of your name?
Do I keep interrupting you?
You know, you're pretty ungrateful.
I am? In what way?
Didn't you just say we have to stick together?
Well, I was talking about the United Nations, not you and me.
Oh. Well, I like to get down to personalities.
Well, when you get down to one you like, hang on to it.
Look, all I want to know is who picks your songs?
I do.
Well, that could be the reason.
For what? What's the...
Well, they're wrong. You've been singing too many of those color songs.
Too many color songs?
You're like When the Blue of the Night meets the Gold of the Day, White Christmas, Deep Purple, Black Magic. Why don't you get off color?
That works won't allow us to get off color. We can't do it. The censors hit us better.
Look, if you ask me, I got just a song for you.
Who wrote it?
I did.
That figures.
Oh, give him a chance, Bing. Everybody's got to get a star.
Thanks, Trudy. I'll remember you when I get my start.
I'll count up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 beefsteak. That'll give you enough to start. Get anyway.
Now, look, wait a minute. You know, I worked on this song day and night.
What's it called?
Night and day.
Sounds familiar.
Look, it goes like this.
Come here.
Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun.
Cole Porter wrote that.
You sure?
Positive.
Clever guy, isn't he?
He's a good writer.
Don't be discouraged, Yuki. After all, Cole Porter's one of our finest songwriters, and you're just a novice.
You think so, too? You know, lots of people say I sing like him.
Like Cole Porter?
No, Donald Novice.
You know, I'd like to hear some of your songs, Yuki.
Thanks. If I can use the piano, I'll play some for you.
I'll go easy on that piano. It's a very valuable instrument. There's a little dew on it, too.
Sounds as if there was a little beer on it, too.
Go ahead, play. You can play you've never played before.
I will. You mean good, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's the first big hit I ever wrote.
John Philip Yuki, huh?
I bet that'll start a marching.
Towards you.
Yeah. And then I wrote, After the Ball is Over.
Now, just a minute, Yuki. The man who wrote that song is dead.
I know, and his last words were, Yuki, finish it.
I think he's just did, too. For your information, Yuki, After the Ball is Over was written by Charles K. Harris without any aid whatsoever from you.
Well, who's going to believe you? And then I wrote, That old black market got me in its spell. The cops asked where it was, but I won't tell. You like that idea for a song?
It's interesting.
See, it's like I said, you don't know a good tune when you hear one. I bet you don't even like the way I sing. Professional jealousy.
Please think of me, that's one of the best songs I ever wrote. Well, don't stop me now if you heard it before.
Well, go right ahead.
Please think of me whenever you're lonely. Whenever you're lonely, please think of me while I'm away. I'll dream of you only. I'll dream of you only while I'm away. No other one can make me happy. Can make me happy as you, my love. When you feel blue for someone to love you, for someone to love you, please think of me. Thus, friends, please think of me. And here now is another aim at channeling your thoughts. Direct it, sir.
Time marches back. 1927, transatlantic radio telephony is inaugurated, and the first vehicular submarine tunnel under the Hudson River joins Jersey with New York. 1927, Babe Ruth signs a 3-year contract to play with the New York Yankees, and Clara Bow is the top babe in the Pulchritude League. 1927, and in their quiet living rooms, men with their eyes on far horizons are murmuring,
Say, Trudy, how's it going up to the Roseland tonight, now that I learned to dance the black bottom?
Harry Lillis, where would you learn to dance the black bottom? We haven't even been out of this house in weeks, except to go to a movie.
Oh, I took a course. Had it mailed to the office.
Mail?
Correspondence course.
Well, are you any good at it?
Well, I don't know. So far, I've only danced with the postman.
Well, I'm glad. Ever since you saw Ann Pennington dance, well, you wanted to do the black bottom.
Oh, that's not the reason I took the course.
No?
Oh, your sister insulted me. She asked me if I knew how to dance.
Well, what's insulting about that?
We was dancing at the time.
Oh. Say, I've been taking a special course too, Harry, at the high school.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. I'm studying anthropology. That's the history of different races, you know.
That reminds me. I told you that George Suter would cop the 500-mile Indianapolis auto race.
Say, Harry, where do they race to Indianapolis from? I mean, from where do they race to Indianapolis?
Nowhere. The whole thing's right in Indianapolis.
Yeah?
For 500 miles, they just go round and around.
Well, what does the winner get?
Dizzy.
Oh. Lucky me. All I have to do is talk to you.
Speaking of races, looks like Columbia's going to cop the Poughkeepsie Regatta this year.
Well, what is the Poughkeepsie Regatta?
Oh, big intercollegiate rowing race.
There's college boys in it?
That's all. Nothing but scholars.
Oh, Harry, that's unnecessary. All I asked about was the Poughkeepsie Regatta.
That's what I'm telling you. Say, those rowing races are very interesting phenomena.
In what way?
Well, how often do you get to see 8 hard-boiled eggs in one shell?
Well, the only race I really want to see is the Kentucky Derby.
What's name Whiskery won the Derby this year?
Say, Harry, after he wins it, what does the horse do with the Derby?
Oh, he keeps his clippings in it. You heard that new tune about the souvenirs?
No, which one?
What goes like this here? There's nothing left for me of days that used to be. I live in memory among my souvenirs. Some letters tied with blue, a photograph or two. I see a rose from you among my souvenirs. A few more tokens within my treasure chest. And though they do their best to give me consolation, I count them all, and as the teardrops start, I find a broken heart among my souvenirs. And though they do their best to give me consolation, I count them all apart. And as the teardrops fall, I find a broken heart among my Coming up sort of the hard way, our good friend John Morgan Lee Beauregard Raglan, that's long for Rags Raglan, began his theatrical career in burlesque. After many a mad semester majoring in baggy pants and whacking sundry characters about the noggin with pig bladders, Rags graduated to one of the comedy leads in the smash Broadway musical Panama Hattie. Professors Metro, Golden, and Mayer, they found out how Rags was fracturing the folks in this affair, so they transferred him to Culver City for the movie version of said Mrs. Panama Hattie.
Yeah, and don't forget that he finished the Technicolor musical picture, The Barry Was a Lady, so he killed the customers. You ought to see him in Technicolor.
Oh, I bet he's lovely. I'll take it from here. You don't mind.
Please don't interrupt. And don't forget that Rags Raglan is a genius. He can play any kind of a part.
He's versatile, huh?
Oh, he's American born.
Oh, yeah.
He's just as much at home in the jail as you are in the stable.
You talk as if you're pretty thick with old Raggedy.
Oh, sure. I knew him when he was in burlesque. His partner was in the Sunburn.
Miss Sunburn. What did she do?
Peeled.
I see.
I tell you, he's a genius. Ain't you, Mr. Raglan?
Yep.
Too many people think he's a dope.
Yeah. Well, tell me, Rags, in Dubai was a lady. Did you get to kiss Lucille Ball, the leading lady?
No, I don't go around kissing girls. Hey, maybe I am a dope.
How come this name Rags? Where did you grab that?
Well, I used to dress like you do.
Hey, you ain't kidding, brother.
Brother, wait a minute. You two aren't brothers.
Oh, no. My brother's still living.
I haven't seen you around your old haunts for quite a spell, Rags. What you been doing?
Oh, I've been out of town for 6 months.
Oh, yeah? Doing what?
6 months?
Romeo in Joliet, huh? Yeah, the can. Were you happy in the pokey ride?
Oh, sure. Hey, we had all the coffee we wanted. And sugar, too.
Sugar, too?
Sure. My cell buddy, he used to use 8 spoons in 1 cup of coffee.
Why so much?
It was stir crazy.
Rags, tell him about your cell buddy. Go ahead, tell him.
Your cell buddy? Oh, you mean Bottleneck Hogan?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Truly a great criminal. A great boy, huh? Yeah, but he got in a jam in the jug. What happened to old Bottleneck? Well, the guard put a bench in the cell, and Bottleneck wanted the Morris chair. The guard said all he could have was a bench, and Bottleneck still wanted the Morris chair. Mm-hmm. So he got mad and killed the guard. How'd he make out? He got the chair. I'm not up on this stuff. What crime did you commit?
Well, he used to hijack silk lingerie.
Yes. I was the king of the underworld. I bet many's the time you gave the cops the slip, huh?
Pretty good, huh? Pretty good for a guy who started life as a moron.
Yeah, that was before he was organized.
Yeah. Would you believe that until he was 25, he couldn't even sign his name on a check?
Yeah, now I can sign anybody's.
He's so smart, he even fooled the judge.
Fooled the judge, how? I made out like I was insane. I told the judge I was a fish. Well, did he believe you were a fish? Sure. He set me up the river and put me in a can.
Say, Mr. Raglan, didn't you have a mouthpiece at the trial?
Sure, I had a great lawyer. He made a swell speech to the jury. He said, gentlemen of the jury, look at that man's face. Look at that man's face. He said, if he's guilty, I am too.
What happened?
He got 2 years more than I did. Well, Raggedy, now that you're out, what are you going to do?
He's going to get a war job.
Yeah, I got to. They declared crime non-essential. If you were a musician, I know where you could get a job. Oh, yeah? Can you play any instrument? Sure. But when I was in stir, they wouldn't let me practice in myself.
What instrument did you play?
The musical saw.
Jails, too, you know, are fighting absenteeism. Say, very good, thank you. What do you say, Crosby? How about a job for Mr. Raglan?
Now, don't worry about me, Yuki. I really don't need a job. I can always make money playing blackjack. I never lose. How come you never lose? I use my own blackjack. Rag, seriously, I'd like to help you to rehabilitate yourself. Just between you and me, have you ever done anything honest? Once. The other day, I found $500 on Hollywood Boulevard. So I put an advertisement in a newspaper before I spent it. What newspaper? The London Times.
He knows all about used cars, too.
Oh, he used to handle used cars, huh? Sure. When I saw one I liked, I used it.
Why, I wish I was a genius. You come from a whole family of them, don't you, Mr. Raglan?
Sure. Nobody in town ever held a candle to my father. Why not? Guess nobody ever thought of it.
Come on, Crosby. Break down and give Mr. R a helping hand.
Sounds like a good boy.
He's got a great idea. All he needs is a little capital.
And some money. What's the grip?
He wants to start a steakeasy.
Steakeasy? Yeah. Hot cold cut.
He's holding 1,000 pounds of Argentine beef.
Right off the boat. Yeah, I suppose I can still smell the salt water. Well, you can smell something. It's been cut.
What do you say, Crosby? How about giving him a job?
Nah, don't beg him, Yuki. Look, I'm 40 years old. I've been supporting myself ever since I ran away from home. How old were you when you ran away? 39. Your parents must have missed you. Not yet. Hey, you know, maybe I could get a job like a mail carrier. Mail carrier? Oh, no, Rag. You couldn't handle that. You have to pass a very tough civil service examination to be a mail carrier. Well, what kind of questions do they ask? Oh, they ask all kinds of tough questions. Like, they might ask you, how far is it from the Earth to the Sun? Oh, well, if that's the route they're going to give me, I don't want the job. Come on, Yuki, let's go. So much for Rags Raglan and his interesting way of life. It gives me great pleasure at this time, as an active member of the Society for the Preservation of Barbershop Quartet Singing in America, to call your attention to the Charioteers and Melancholy Baby.
Thank you.
We must make a point to do that a little more often. And speaking of points, here's a man. Speaking of the points. The old Kraft music hall, friends, but next Thursday we're going to be at it again. Hope you'll be with us. Also with us next Thursday will be
Rear Admiral Ralston S. Holmes of the United States Navy, and our good friend Frank McHugh. That's next Thursday. Meantime, here's something that Elmer Davis's group and the OPA thought you'd like to hear. Everyone appreciates the good grace, intelligence, and understanding with which the mothers, wives, and homemakers of the United States have switched from the free and easy buy-what-you-want method of shopping to the rigid rules of rationing. Your grocers and butchers appreciate your cooperation too, ladies. Really, it's not easy to change years and buying habits and living habits, but millions of men have done it, and their women folks are certainly backing them every inch of the way. I guess we all know that no sacrifice we make here at home can be overlooked that'll give them aid. Good night.
Welcome to Bob Crosby's Club 15. 15 minutes of the best in popular music. Starring the Andrews Sisters, Margaret Whiting with the Pied Pipers, Jerry Gray and his orchestra. Here's the head man of Club 15, Bob Crosby.
Mary Lou, Mary Lou, cross my heart, I love you. Every bell in the steeple is ready to ring, and all the people are planning pretty presents all for you. Mary Lou, won't you give your promise true? Why, for miles around they're waiting to start their celebrating when you say I do, Mary Lou.
Mary Lou, Mary Lou, cross my heart, how I love you. Every bell in the steeple is ready to ring, and all the people are planning pretty presents
All for you, Mary Lou. Won't you give your promise true?
Why, for miles around they're waiting just to start their celebrating.
When you say I do,
Mary Lou, Mary Lou, Mary Lou.
From Mary Lou, we swing wide from an oldie and turn to a brandy that has caused plenty of agitation in the musical world, Nature Boy. This will, of course, be sung by Margaret Whiting.
Well, thank you, Bob. But why, of course?
Because I feel that a song of the nature of Nature Boy is one of those songs of a nature that would naturally appeal to a girl of your nature.
I don't understand remarks of that nature.
Why not?
Because, what do you know about my nature, boy?
Nothing, but I hope to find out a lot right now. Nature Boy for Miss Whiting and the Pied Pipers, huh, Jerry?
There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy. They say he wandered very far, over land and sea, a little shy and sad of eye, but very wise was he. And then one day, a magic day, he passed my way. And while we spoke of many things, fools and kings, this he said to me: the greatest thing you'll ever learn
just to love and be loved in return. The greatest thing you'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return.
Step right in here with one of your dad's best ditties, Guilty.
Is it a sin? Is it a crime? Loving you, dear, like I do. If it's a crime, then I'm guilty. Guilty of loving you. Maybe I'm wrong, dreaming of you, dreaming the lonely night through. If it's a crime, then I'm guilty, guilty of dreaming of you. What can I do? What can I say after I've taken the blame? You say you're through, you'll go your way, but I always feel just the same. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, loving you, dear, like I do. If it's a crime, then I'm guilty, guilty of loving you.
Pied Pipers are coming on with a great day coming mañana.
There's a great day coming mañana with a wonderful, wonderful dream. Everybody, we're told, will be rolling in gold. We'll be out of the doldrums mañana. There'll be cheese and pretzels mañana. There'll be strawberries floating in cream. We'll be singing a strain of a happy refrain, for we're launching a rainbow mañana. There'll be high times high in the sky time, so come you mourners and pick your palms. There's a great day coming mañana, if mañana ever comes. There'll be cheese and pretzels mañana. There'll be strawberries floating in cream.
We'll be singing a strain of a happy refrain, for we're launching a rainbow mañana.
There'll be high times high in the sky times, so come you mourners and pick your plums. There's a great day coming mañana, if mañana ever comes.
Hi, hey, pretty pipe and pies. From mañana in the future, let's cast a glance backward to Maggie Whiting and a beautiful baby.
must have been a wonderful child. When you were only starting to go to kindergarten, I bet you drove the little girls wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbon, you must have shown the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause baby, look at you now. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby boy. 'Cause baby, just look at you now.
Must have been a beautiful baby. Wonderful, Maggie. Really swell.
Happy Arbor Day, Bob.
Happy Arbor Day. Well, how can we celebrate?
We could go out and plant a tree.
Well, that's oak with me.
Well, of course we wouldn't want to plant some tree people didn't like.
Yes, we'd have to plant a tree that was poplar. Or folks would raise elm.
Maple, you're right.
I think we've already planted a couple of chestnuts. So if Jerry Gray can cedar music, we ought to get right into a new tune he and I recently recorded called Huckleberry Man.
Huckleberry, Huckleberry.
Here comes the Huckleberry Man who wants to buy my huckleberry. Sweet Dan, that merry berry man, I'm shouting about my huckleberry.
Lady, step right up and see 'em. Are they sweet and mighty fine? Positively guarantee 'em. Picked them myself this morning right off the vine.
That's me, the Huckleberry Man. You'd better get your pennies ready.
Life has just been wasted.
If you've never tasted
My kind of huckleberries right off the vine. Better than they could be.
Naturally they would be.
If they ain't no fault of mine.
I picked them myself this morning right off the vine.
Huckleberry,
Huckleberry, Huckleberry,
huckleberry,
Huckleberry. Caravan of dreams, get rolling over desert sands and far away. Endless are my schemes, get rolling. Help me find a new and better day.
Bob Crosby's Club 15 has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Sam presents Wings to Victory. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. Roy Thomas, USA. The story of an air fight above the Guadalcanal jungle, and how Lieutenant John Myers and Sergeant Lee McCarthy, after bailing out, proved that flyers are good men against the Japs even when they fight as infantry. West Coast, ladies and gentlemen, the Army Air Forces present Wings to Victory, a dramatization of American heroism based on combat reports from the fighting fronts. For obvious reasons, the names of characters in these true stories are fictitious. It was 23:30. That's Army time for 11:30 at night, when the Japs opened fire. The night was hot and inky black, and you couldn't tell where Henderson Field stopped and the Guadalcanal jungle began, except for the rifle flashes among the trees. Lieutenant John Myers was asleep in his tent when the attack began, and he had just come to full consciousness of what was going on when the tent flaps parted, and a voice said, "Hey, Lieutenant!"
Yes?
You better get out of here.
What's going on?
I don't know yet. You're supposed to go to a dugout, though. Oh, you coming?
All right, let's go.
Hey, those old nips are cutting loose. There must be a lot of them.
Hey, which way you going? The dugout's over the other way.
I don't like that one. Too close to the hangars. If they fly over and start dropping stuff, that's the first place they'll hit. You stick with me, Lieutenant. I'll show you how to keep alive.
Go ahead, I'm with you.
Yeah, it sounds like they're trying to bust our lines over at the south. They won't do it. Our boys have been waiting for them. Here, this is it. Duck your head.
Anyone else in here?
I guess not. It ain't much of a dugout, but it's better than that tent of yours. Canvas never stopped any slug. Hey, you ain't been out here very long, have you?
Well, 2 weeks.
You ever been shot at before?
Oh, not on the ground.
Plenty in the air, though, huh?
Yeah, several times. Had an aileron shot away first time up out here.
Before you got onto the ropes, probably.
Oh, that's right. Hey, what's your name?
Sergeant Fisher. Mike Fisher. I'd be out there with the boys if I'd used my head. I went out with a detail to clean some snipers out of a grove and got foolish. Walked out in the open and one got me.
Bad?
Nah, through the wrist. How do you like that, through the wrist? They got me on the sick list. I'm walking wounded, hanging around camp like a stray hound. Say, Lieutenant, you ever get scared when you're up there in the air shooting and getting shot at?
Yes, can't help it. Never heard of a pilot going into a fight yet who wasn't.
You know, I seen a lot of air fights since I've been down here. Other places, too. And there's something I wondered about a lot of times.
Oh, what's that?
Now, I don't mean this personal, Lieutenant. But I wonder if you guys who look so brave up there when you got a fast ship to fight with and plenty of room to run, I wonder if you'd do as good fighting on the ground. You ever thought of that?
Oh, I can't say that I have. It seems to me that you're
now,
getting...
Look, Lieutenant, don't get me wrong. Don't get sore. I just asked a question, that's all.
Well, what makes you think we couldn't take it on the ground?
I didn't say you couldn't. I said I wonder, see? I just wonder. You never been in a jungle, have you? Fighting on your belly with ants crawling in your eyes and knowing if you make a move, the Japs will spot you. You never done that, have you?
No, but I think any one of us could hold up his end of a fight like that. A fight's a fight, whether it's in the sky, in the jungle, or in a back alley.
You know, you could make me sweat for this, shooting off my mouth to an officer.
Forget it, Fisher. Go on, talk.
You're still sore.
I said forget it.
Well, okay. But I wasn't talking about you when I said that.
I know, but it's your idea that the man who fights in a plane has it easy.
Oh, I didn't say anybody had it easy. No, all I said was
that... a pilot might be good up there with a lot of guns and a lot of horsepower, but put him on the ground under fire and he'd turn yellow.
Well, that ain't what I said.
But that's what you meant, wasn't it?
Well, it ain't what I meant. It's what I wondered.
Same thing.
Okay. I guess I should have kept my mouth shut.
Well, you don't have to worry, Sergeant. This conversation's between us. I wouldn't pass your ideas around too freely, but what you think is your own business. Let's leave it there.
Hi, Ace.
Hello, Mac. Is Mabel all set?
Will be as soon as they quit messing with those rear guns. Motor sounds okay. Hey, man, the dawn's early light don't look so good on you. What's wrong, Johnny?
With me? Nothing. Could use some sleep, that's all. Fireworks last night didn't help any.
It was all over by 12. Didn't bother me any. Come on, let's go snap us a jab.
What time is it?
5 minutes to go. Ship's all warm. Hey, what's the matter with you? You worried about something? You're sure packing a grim look on your puss.
Quit worrying about how I look. Get up in your cage and let's shove off.
No, you sure you feel all right? I'm not kidding, Johnny.
I feel fine, and stop talking about it. Now, go on, get up topside quick time.
Maybe it's your liver.
I'll give you 3 to get up.
Okay. Let's go do some business. Coming along?
You'd look pretty funny flying this thing alone from back there. Coming up. Well, how you doing, Pegasus? Got your phones on?
Yep.
Am I coming through on the system?
Here is a bell. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, Mac Destin. Am I ringing in your ears?
You're okay, Mac.
Hold it, Johnny. Here comes the chief.
I wonder what's on his mind.
New course, probably. Never fails.
Lieutenant Myers.
Yes, sir?
Last minute change in your orders. Keep to the coastline and follow patrol plan D. It's possible the enemy put troops ashore last night. Keep an eye on the beach.
Okay.
Sea flights will pick you up on their way in. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Good luck.
Just a couple of beachcombers, that's us. The Rover boys and their flying surfboard.
All right, funny man. You all lashed up?
Tighter than Saturday night in Coney Island.
Then let's get rolling. Hold on to your bonnet. We're off for the races. Hey, Mac.
Yeah?
Hey, you asleep?
Nope.
You see anything?
Nope. Same old beach, same old jungle.
Yeah.
We've been over this stretch so many times, I know all the crabs and clams by their first names. The clams, you learn their language by the beach of Gitchigumi. Just call me Hiawatha McCarthy. Hey, where's Sea Flight? I thought they was going to pick us up on the way back.
Oh, they're supposed to. Maybe they found business to attend to.
Yeah. So we go home alone. Did you bring your mad money?
Hey, Mac, look what's coming across the island.
Where?
Left, about 20.
Huh? Oh, Obama. One of ours, eh?
Look again, Mac. It's a Mitzi. One of the big ones.
Yeah, I see him. Oh, brother, we're in the sun and he don't see us. Hallelujah.
Take it easy now, Mac. I'm going to hit him from the front and make him turn. Wait till he heels over and then let him have it in the belly. You set?
All set, Pappy. Let her unwind. Burn him, Johnny.
There he goes, Mac. Give it to him.
Why, the dirty double-crosser.
Next time, try it with your eyes open. You didn't even scare him.
That was just a warm-up. The second time's the charm.
All right. Come on, get on him now.
This is it, brother.
Oh, you hit him, Mac.
Hit him? I riddled him. Come on, burn, you buzzard, burn.
He's out of control.
How do you know?
Hey, one more crack to make sure. Now make it good.
Attaboy, this time we're loose.
Mac. Hey, Mac.
Johnny, I'm hit.
Bad?
Yeah, pretty bad. Where's the jab?
He's going down. Hey, and so are we. Oh, I was a chump. The tail gunner got us cold. Hey, Mac.
Yeah?
We aren't going to make the beach. I'm going to set it down in the trees. Cover up. Watch yourself now. Mac.
Huh? Oh, Johnny. Did we make it all right?
Oh, not exactly all right, but we made it. How do you feel?
Like I got lead in my belly. Where's Mabel?
Piled up back there in the trees. Hey, can you sit up?
Oh, sure. Hey, what are these? Where'd these come from?
Oh, the bandages? I put them on while you were knocked out.
But they're on my leg.
Well, that's where you were hit. Not in the stomach.
Oh.
That was one lucky break.
How about the Jap?
I don't know. I saw him crash somewhere around here. I was too busy to pay much attention. Here, put your arm around my shoulder. See if you can stand up on that other leg.
Oh.
You gonna make it?
Yeah. I'm a little groggy, but I'll be okay.
Good.
How are we gonna get back? Me with this busted pin.
Well, there's a native village down the coast a ways. If we can get to that, we'll be all right. Come on, let's try it.
Okay, but I'll tell you now, it's gonna be slow going. Hey.
Down, Mac. Get low.
What was that? Who's shooting?
Here, sit back against the trunk of this tree.
But what's the idea? There ain't no Japs on this part of the island.
You mean there were no Japs? Apparently some of that bomber's filthy spawn got out alive. Hey, where's your pistol?
Huh? Oh, it's gone. It must have bounced clear when we hit.
Well, we still have mine. Drag some leaves down off the bush, Mac.
All right.
Put them around you like camouflage and get ready to spend the day. For the first time since you and I hit this island, we're going to do our fighting on the ground.
All that day, Lieutenant Myers and his wounded gunner lay low in the dense jungle undergrowth. They had no way of knowing how many of the Jap bomber's crew had escaped the crash, and so there was nothing to do but watch and wait for the enemy to make the first move, reveal his strength. During the morning, the Jap fire came always from the same direction, but as the light in the jungle began to fade with late afternoon, the bullets that snapped at the leaves around their heads were coming from new positions. Lieutenant Myers peered through the cover of foliage and strained his eyes against a patchwork of shadows to find the source of the fire.
See him?
Yeah, I think I got him spotted.
Him? You mean there's only one?
Pretty sure of it, Mac. The guy's trying to make us think he's twins by moving around out there.
Oh.
There's only one gun firing. I'll bet on it.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let him have it. That 45 ain't no water pistol.
Now, don't get yourself in a fluster. With a handful of ammunition we've got, I'm not going to take any chance of wasting any. It's a long way home, just in case you'd forgotten.
Forgot? Get you. What do you think I've been thinking about all day? I was never a pessimist, but, brother, I'm wishing I'd led a better life. Ooh, straight on my leg, will you?
Worse?
That ain't any better. There he goes again. His aim's getting better, too. I could feel the wind of that one.
If you don't keep your head down, you're going to feel more than the wind. Here, take the gun.
What's the idea?
Well, that nip's circling around us, trying to get between us and the shore. He probably thinks we're hurt or unarmed because we haven't returned his fire. Anyway, that's what I hope he thinks.
What are you going to do?
Try to get around behind him and put him out of business. Now, you keep down out of sight.
Hey, wait a minute. You ain't going to tackle that monkey alone. I'm going with you.
No, you're not. You're staying here.
Lying in this stinking swamp like a wounded duck? You're nuts.
Shut up, Mac. This is no time to argue. That Jap out there is going to kill us both if he can. It's either him or us. And I want it to be him. Now, keep down and don't move. If you let him plug you before I get to him, I'll come back and wring your neck.
All right. But what are you leaving the gun with me for?
In case he gets wise that you're alone, tries to rush you.
What are you going to do?
I'll figure that out when I get to him. I'm shoving off. See you later, Mac. That's it. That's it. You slant-eyed monkey. Just keep looking that way. Easy. Easy now. Just hold it. Nice and still. Hold it. Hold it. I got him. I got him.
Johnny, that you?
That's me, Mac. Put the gun down.
Did you get him?
Yes, I got him.
Attaboy, you okay? Hey, what's wrong with your arm?
That's broken, I think.
Oh, no.
I got to him without his seeing me all right, but when I jumped him, we both fell. I don't know what happened. I was flying blind. I brought back his automatic and his cartridge belt. You can use them. This pack of rations. Mostly rice, probably, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Hey, come on, Mac. Let's head for that village. I want to make it before dark.
Well, wait a minute. Take it easy now. What about that left arm?
I can't do anything for it here. Come on, grab hold of me. Oh, you hurt bad.
I've been sitting still too long. Oh, brother.
Put your weight in my right shoulder. That's it. Now, you're going to be able to navigate?
After a fashion, Pappy, after a fashion. Lead away.
Okay.
Boy, we got ourselves into a jackpot this time, right? This is going to sound great, telling the guys back at Henderson about... if we ever get back.
Quit talking like that, Mac. We're going to get back. From now on, it's going to be easy.
Sure. It's going to be easy. Walking through this lousy jungle, both of us shot up and busted up. Easy, sure. Nothing to it.
All we have to do is get to that village on the coast. We can get a boat there, and tomorrow morning we'll have a couple of natives paddle us up the line, and we'll be back with the boys by tomorrow night.
I hope you're right. What did you do before you got in this man's army, Johnny? Work for the hometown Chamber of Commerce?
Why?
You sound like the original everything is going to be fine and dandy, boy. take it easy. This pin of mine is starting to burn like fire.
Well, don't put any weight on it. Hey, lean on my shoulder. That's it. You make it any easier?
Oh, a little. How much further to the village?
Not far. Seemed like it was right under us when we tangled with the bomber.
This place stinks. Wet, green, stinking hole. Hot and stinking. Now I know what an ant feels like walking in the grass at home. You see, that's a jungle to him just like this. I'm beginning to feel sick, Johnny.
Try not to think about it. You'll be all right when we get to the village.
Getting dark. It is getting dark, isn't it? It's not just my eyes.
No, it's getting along toward evening. Look out.
What was that?
Oh, just a lizard or something went across the path. Hey, come on.
Oh, brother, it looked as big as a crocodile. Oh, baby, if I ever get back in an airplane again, I'm going to turn over a new leaf. I'm going to be a righteous man, Johnny. Pure as the driven snow I'm going to be.
Yeah.
All I ask is just to get back. Just this once. Just let me get back in that rear cockpit with the fresh air all around and that old motor beating them out sweet and smooth up there in front.
Sure, you'll be back in there. A little time to get that leg patched up and you'll be flying again. Quit worrying.
Boy, will I be glad to see that village and get out of this swamp forest. Any minute I expect to hear somebody calling Chloe.
I think we're about at the end of our run, Mac.
Huh? What do you mean?
Look, the trees are thinning out ahead. Hey, you can see the water.
It is the water. There's the village. Jackson, we're in. We're practically home.
Sure, the old luck didn't let us down. I knew we weren't far from this hamlet. Hey, Mac. Easy. Don't shove against that arm.
Oh, sorry. How does it feel?
I can't move it, but it doesn't hurt so much now.
Gosh, getting out of that rotten jungle. I'm feeling better already.
Yeah.
Hot and open air. Hey, Johnny. What's this? Look at the village.
Uh-oh. Looks as if it's been abandoned.
No, there must be somebody around it. There's gotta be.
Oh, they really wrecked those huts. Somebody must have laid a barrage in here, but good.
Wait, there's an old guy coming up from the beach. We're okay. They probably just moved the town to a new spot. Hey, Jackson, come here.
Oh, it's good to see a human being that's not an enemy, even if it is a fuzzy-headed native with a bone in his nose.
He ain't afraid. He's coming over.
Hello. Where are other men, all your kind?
All people, my kind, run away in hills. Some die.
Not so good, huh?
Why your people run away?
Japanese man come. Many boats. Shoot. House burn. My people run away quick time. You Yankee man?
Yes, hurt bad. Look for house.
House all gone. Yankee man run quick time far away. Japanese man come. Kill him Yankee man quick.
Does he mean the Japs are coming back?
When Japanese men come?
Night time. Many come. Many boats. Kill him Yankee man.
Looks like the Japs are coming in here at night and putting troops ashore.
See if there's a boat around here we can have.
You have boat, we buy 'em.
No boat. Japanese man all same take 'em away.
Well, Mac, it looks like our hopes of getting help here in the village have gone bust. Well, we can't stay here tonight, that's a cinch.
Ask him where he lives. Maybe we can put up for the night with him.
That's a chance. Where your house?
House gone. Live in hills long way.
Oh, that's what I was afraid of.
I go now. Japanese man come soon. Night time come many boats come.
Yeah.
Well, there goes the village. Now we're really stymied. What do we do now?
It doesn't look as if we have any choice. If we stay here, we starve or get ourselves captured by the Japs. The only other thing to do is head down the shore toward Henderson.
You mean try to walk back?
Well, can you think of any other way?
But it's 40 miles, maybe more. Me with this leg and you and your busted arm, we wouldn't get 5 miles.
Do you want to stay here and let the nips get you?
No, but...
All right, then. Kick out of that stall and let's get moving.
Okay, Jackson. 40 miles dragging down this lousy beach. They'll find our bones bleaching in the sun. 40 miles dragging down this lousy beach. 40 miles.
Come on, Mac. Pick him up, boy.
Quit your kidding. I'm about done. I can't go any further.
Just to that next curve in the beach. Maybe there'll be a boat.
Next curve in the beach. Just beyond the next point. We're going beyond them all, and there's always nothing. Nothing but water and sand and jungle.
Mac, you aren't going to crack up on me now.
2 days. 2 days now eating that stinking Japs fish and rice. And walking. This leg, it's hurting so it's tearing me apart.
I know, but if we stop now, we'll never get going again. Try to make it a little farther.
Well, I can't, Johnny. I'm washed up. I'm all washed up. Just let me sit down. Oh, yeah, just let me sit here.
Hey, Mac.
Huh?
Look what's coming.
Hey, it's one of the guys. They're looking for us.
Hey, over this way! The mallet head's dragging the jungle. Hey, let me get my shirt off. Wave something. Make him look over here. Hey, give me a hand, Mac, quick.
You never liked that shirt anyway. Wave it, make him see it.
Over here, you fathead! Over here!
Oh, he can see us. That does it. That's all we needed.
Take it easy. He'll be coming back.
Yeah, the other side of the island, probably. Figures he's covered this side. He's looking for the plane anyway, not us. We're jinxed, Johnny. That's what's the matter. This time they got the Indian sign on us right.
Stop talking like that, Mac. Come on, by this time tomorrow we'll be back in camp and everything will be rosy.
Sure. How are we going to get there? You got a flying carpet in your pocket?
We're going to keep on going, just the way we have been. Either someone picks us up or we make it under our own power. But one way or another, we're going to get there.
Maybe you are, brother, but not me. I'm done up. This is the end of the line.
You don't know what you're saying. Come on, Mac, get up.
I'm not moving. For the first time in my life, I'm comfortable.
You're going to get up. Now, come on, you big ape, before I crown you. Broken leg and all.
Let go of me. I'm not going.
Get up, I said. You stay here and we're finished. You're out of food and we're out of water. You get bogged down now and we're sunk. Come on.
I can't do it.
You are doing it. Now, stand up. Grab my shoulder. Oh, not on the arm.
I'm sorry, Johnny. I forgot.
Holy smoke.
Where'd those come from?
Up the beach. The Japs tracked us in the sand. Get in the trees, quick. Come on.
I can't go any faster.
In here, under the leaves.
Quit shoving.
Well, get out of sight.
You still got the guns? Give me that Japs gun.
Yeah, here. And wait till they get close.
There they come. The dirty little weasels. 5 of them.
There's 6. There's one coming along the edge of the trees.
Well, here we go, Jackson. The chips are down.
How do you feel?
Better now that we got a chance to shoot at these monkeys. Old Mac ain't gonna let you down, Johnny. We're going out, maybe, but we're gonna have company.
Move over. Give me room to get my arm up here.
Hey, they've spotted our tracks from up the beach. Watch it. Here they come.
All right. Let them have it. There's one down.
And he ain't getting up either.
They got us spotted now. Keep down.
Squirming up on their bellies. That guy's trying to lower the boom on us. I'm going to blast him clean out of the sand.
Too high. He's still coming.
The stinking horse pistols, they ain't no good against rifles. Johnny.
What?
Make a break for it. Back through the jungle.
Shut up.
I'm not kidding. You can make it. No sense in us both copping it.
Quit playing hero and watch those Japs. That one on the right's getting close.
Well, I blew sand in his eyes anyway. Johnny, where'd it get you?
Oh, through the side here. Just a creaser, I think. Knocked the wind out of me. Hey, where's the gun? I must have dropped it.
Never mind. Take it easy. Johnny, look! It's our boy, the guy that passed us up! He's found us! Atta boy, come on, baby, give it to him!
It's Hank in a P-38. Pour it into him, Hank!
Look at him scatter! Holy jump, not to sit down! Hey, get a load of what's coming in from sea! One of our landing barges, Johnny. We got help from everywhere. We're as good as home.
It looks that way, all right.
What's the matter? You're not going to pass out now.
No, I'm all right. Just a little beat up. Look, Mac, will you wake me up when those guys from the landing barge get here? What's going on?
Why, you're getting yourself a boat ride home, remember?
Oh, yeah. Where's Mac?
Over there. Poor man's working on his leg. Got a bad wound.
He's going to be okay, though, isn't he?
Oh, sure. Probably be laid up for a few months, though. You know, you didn't do so bad yourself. One shot clipped you in the side. But where'd you get that broken arm?
That's a long story. I'll tell you about it sometime.
You all right, Jock?
Seems to be.
Hello, Lieutenant. Remember me? Mike Fisher.
Oh, yes. You're the sergeant. When I talked to you in the dugout.
That's right.
What are you doing on this buggy ride?
I got special leave to come along. The colonel was dead set against it, but I talked fast.
Well, what was the idea?
I just wanted to come along, that's all. As soon as I heard they found you fellas and was going to send a boat for you, I got me down to the dock.
How'd they find us?
Oh, Hank did it. He flew up this afternoon looking for you. I guess he must have landed somewhere up near a village to ask around among the natives, because he radioed back. He said some old boy had seen the two of you heading down the beach.
Yeah, I know who he talked to. How'd you fellas here in the barge know where we were?
Oh, we didn't. We just got going. Followed the shore until we seen Hank diving and shooting at something on the beach. It was them Japs that had you backed into the trees. Hey, Mac over there. Well, he told me what you did for him.
Did he?
You know, I came along on this trip because of what we were talking about that night there in the dugout. Well, I wanted to see if a guy who can fight in a plane has what it takes to fight on the ground.
Well, did you find out?
I sure did, Lieutenant. I just got to say one thing, though.
Yeah?
Lieutenant, you sure win an argument the hard way.
Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Roy Thomas, USA. That's the story of Lieutenant John Myers and Sergeant Lee McCarthy. One more chapter in the glorious legend being written by the men of our Army Air Forces in the South Pacific, on the African front, wherever our white star flies against the enemies of free men. The names of Lieutenant Myers and Sergeant McCarthy are fictitious, but the characters, the skill to which they've been trained, the strength of their will and their purpose, all these are very, very real. Myers and McCarthy came through because they typify the kind of flying, fighting soldiers in our air forces today. Just a few short months ago, these men were winning their wings as pilots, bombardiers, or gunners at Westover or Selma or Luke, at Randolph, Kelly, or Maxwell Field. Throughout their training, they were given the finest instruction by the finest teachers with the finest material ever shaped to the struggle for freedom. Today, in the three great training centers of the Gulf Coast, the Southeast and the West Coast, thousands more of America's young sons are learning what it means to be a member of the Army Air Forces. They are the one best hope of victory. They are following the trail of glory blazed by names like General Millard F. Harmon, General George C. Kenney, and General Claire Chennault. Our aviation cadets will fly that course straight and true to the ultimate victory high in the sky above Rome, above Berlin, and over Tokyo. You have been listening to Wings to Victory, presented by the Army Air Forces. The script was written by Paul West through the cooperation of the Hollywood Writers Mobilization. This war service program came to you from the West Coast. Sergeant Hal Gibney speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Down in Arkansas. My uncle ain't nobody's fool. Them city guys he can ridicule. He don't need A cards for his mule. Down in Arkansas.
Lifebuoy presents The Bob Burns Show, bringing you latest news of those kinfolks in Van Buren. More doings of the Arkansas traveler, Spike Jones and his city slickers. Now, here he is himself, Bob Burns.
Well, I certainly am much obliged. Ain't it wonderful? Ain't it nice for us all just to get here together and kind of forget the outside world for a while? And, you know, where nothing is expected of each other. I don't expect anything of you, and I know you don't expect nothing from me. But honestly, to get out from it, just to come in here and forget the outside, ain't that getting to be a confusing thing? That outside world with all them ration cards and all them different things. But let me tell you something now. On Thursdays, I hardly ever eat anything because when I eat it, it makes me dull. That is, it makes me duller. But I did. I went over here today. I went over here at noon and to a little restaurant and got a bowl of soup. And I was sitting back there all by myself, and everything was quiet, and all of a sudden I heard the patter of little feet. And I looked down, and a little mouse had jumped up on the seat right beside me. Well, I sat there just so still, it didn't move a muscle, and so he hopped up on the table, and he went scampering. He smelled this soup, and, well, that wasn't hard to do, and he went scampering across over here to this soup, and he put his little feet up on the bowl and saw the soup, and then he climbed up on the edge of the bowl, and he started to sip some of this soup. And his little feet slipped, and he fell in the soup. And I called the waiter over, and I says, "Waiter, look here, there's a mouse in my soup." And the waiter says, "Let me have your ration book. That's 5 points." They've got, I'm not kicking, they've got to have those ration books and everything like that because it is the truth that meat is getting scarce. I remember not long ago when you went into a drive-in or a restaurant and ordered a meat sandwich, they had 6 toothpicks in the sandwich to keep the meat from falling out. Now you get a sandwich, there's only 1 toothpick in it. And that ain't to keep the meat from falling out, that's to show you where the meat is. But, of course, good times are going to come again. There's no question about that. But they can't blame us for kind of reminiscing a little bit, and kind of looking back on those good old days. You remember them good old days when horses came with buggies and not with French fried potatoes? But honestly, in these days, you just never know what's going to happen next. Now, we thought all the good fortune that could happen to anybody had already happened to us on the show. I suppose you know that Lifebuoy was voted the most popular soap in the armed forces. And then last week, of course, I was all puffed up because they named the new secret weapon after my bazooka. And now this week, we really do feel Tony around here, because our own Spike Jones has really got himself into high society. Now, if you just get the current issue of the Saturday Evening Post, that's the April 10th issue, it just seems to me like the whole magazine is devoted exclusively to pictures and the life story of Spike Jones and his city slickers. I advise all you people east of Pasadena to run out and get one of them Saturday Evening Posts. Of course, Spike Jones has bought up all the copies on the West Coast. But just because we are so proud of Spike, we'd like to give you a little extra treat tonight. I want you to hear Spike talk. So here he is in person, Spike Jones. Now, Spike, there's a few little things that the Saturday Evening Post didn't cover in their article. And for instance, they didn't tell about you winning the award, you and your boys, as the Kings of Corn. Not long ago. How did that honor affect you, Spike?
Well, I found out that the people like corn, and I tried my best to give them to them, Bob.
Yeah, and you've done a pretty good job of it, too. Boy, if you certainly do put the corn in your music. Why, I went to get one of your records the other day, and I had to give up 16 points. Spike, now, I know all the great orchestra leaders and conductors. I know they all have a certain tonal quality that they strive to get. Like Shep Fields, for instance, he has that rippling rhythm, And now, have you got any certain tonal quality that in your music?
Oh, sure, Bob, sure, yeah.
But where did you get your inspiration for that tonal quality? You must have heard a sound like it someplace in travel.
Oh, yes, I got the idea for it when I heard a truckload of empty milk cans crash into a carload of live ducks.
You read that just like an elocutionist. Well, have you a number in your mind, Spike, to demonstrate that?
Yes, we have a little number called Hachakornia.
Oh, we can't wait to hear it. Well, did you get any on you? My goodness alive, how that Jones boy can play music. What he lacks in musical ability, he makes up for in just sheer energy.
Hello, Bob. Hello.
Now, there's a dynamo of energy for you, that Dick Lane. I declare it wouldn't surprise me none if he fell asleep right where he's standing over there. Hey, Dick, wake up. What's going on here?
Oh, no. I'm sorry, Bob. I'm just kind of tired.
You suffering from spring fever? Why don't you take a shower and pep up?
What's that, shower?
Sure.
A Lifebuoy shower?
Why not?
Man, now you're talking. Why, the very thought of a Lifebuoy shower puts new energy in my veins. I can just imagine the tingling glow I'll feel after that rich Lifebuoy lather has washed away that old tired feeling.
Well, now, take it easy, Dick.
Why should I? I know what a cure for spring fever Lifebuoy shower can be.
Now, take it easy, Dick. Take it easy.
But why? Why shouldn't I get as excited as I want to about Lifebuoy?
Because if you get all pepped up just talking about a Lifebuoy shower, I'm scared to death at what you'd do if you actually took one. Why, you'd be so full of pep, you might jump right out the window. Oh, well, what's one announcer, more or less?
In the town where the Arkansas Traveler holds forth as the newspaper editor, spring has come. Spring. Lovely spring. Let's see what it brings.
Oh, it sure is great to have the office windows open again, Doy. Oh, gonna just smell that air.
Yeah, just don't catch cold, boss.
April, April, laugh thy girlish laughter. Then the moment after, weep thy girlish tears.
Gee, boss, are you sure you're all right?
And time remembered is grief forgotten. The frosts are slain and flowers...
All rotten.
Answer that. I can't see a soul today. On a day like this, I just say, leave me alone with a book of poems and a couple of good seed catalogs.
Traveler's office, he can't see anybody. He's got spring fever bad.
Hang it, I had that pamphlet on turnips right here someplace.
I don't care if Jack Daly does say he's got an appointment.
Who? An appointment? Show him in.
Never mind, Traveler will see him. Gee, make up your mind, boss.
What's wrong with you, Dewey? You snapping at everybody? Face as long as Hitler's alibi.
Well, there's nothing really.
Oh, there must be something on a day like this.
Well, to be frank with you, it died.
What died?
Well, I hadn't meant to tell you, but it was dead when I got to work this morning. After all I did to raise it, too.
For goodness sake, Dewey, what died?
That radish on my desk. I guess we haven't got the right touch for this victory gardening in the city room, boss. That spinach Julie planted in the window boxes?
Yeah?
It's dead, too. And the onion on Emily's desk needs an oxygen tent or something.
Well, Dewey, I guess there's such a thing as carrying this victory garden too far. Green things need space, sun, and water. You can waste time and seeds. Speaking of victory garden, show in Jack Daly. That's his business.
Okay. Traveler says to come in.
Thanks, Dewey. Oh, hello, Traveler. Isn't this a swell day? Well, the city's Victory Garden contest is off with a bang.
So you got it started.
I sure did. The mayor's proclaiming Victory Garden Day, the water company's giving special rates to home gardens, real estate men will own vacant lots, and people can borrow plows and other heavy equipment.
Well, Jack, looks like you lined up everything except the cutworm. But it's a great idea because raising extra food is one way almost every man, woman, and child can help.
You know, the mayor's had a swell idea, too. Yeah? To hold a Victory Garden Fair in the Civic Auditorium. You know, have folks display their vegetables and have them judged by real experts with prizes.
That's even better.
And instead of giving prizes to the finest vegetables grown, we're encouraging quantity. Like the first prize of a $100 war bond to the person growing the most potatoes per square foot in his own yard. We're depending on you for publicity, Traveler.
Count on me 100%. Our elementary garden book is just off the press to give away, and I've called it Potatoes, not Petunias.
Well, here's an idea we want stressed. Don't plant more than your wife can take care of.
Well, you know, that's the truth. After the spring fever and the magic of the seed catalog wears off, men get tired and have to leave it to somebody else.
That's it. It's easy to get hopped up now, but the real pull comes later when the sun really comes down and the weeds up. Well, Traveler, you seem to have the right idea, so I'll run along.
Don't worry about me, Jack. Before I'm through, a weed's going to feel like a fifth columnist in this town.
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about, Tony. I don't, huh? All right, wise guy. What does it say in the garden book? Right here it says, a convenient fertilizer for potato ground is ashes because ashes contain potash and potatoes need potash.
Yeah, I see the guy who wrote that is crazy. We got more ashes than a volcano in our backyard. Not a single potato came up. How can a guy win if the book's wrong?
Well, if the Traveler's giving this book away, it's okay, see?
Yeah, you think the Traveler's so much.
Hey, do I hear my name mentioned?
Gee, let me out of here.
Don't go, son. Use my office as a conference room for your pal, Dewey?
This is Tony Ferrento, Traveler. He goes to my school. He claims the garden book's no good. They planted potatoes, like I said, and he says nothing came up but a jackknife he lost and 2 old shoes.
Yeah, and the shoes wasn't even mates.
Have you registered in the garden contest, Tony?
Sure, I could use one of them prizes.
What part of town you live in, son?
They live over by Cold Hill in those tenements. I mean, in that block of apartments.
Oh, I know the place. Chances are the soil's not much good.
You mean we ain't got a chance to win?
Well, Tony, there's no use trying the impossible, even with a victory garden. Oh, excuse me. Yeah?
Hello, Traveler. Jack Daly.
Oh, hello, Jack. How'd you like that last garden page?
Oh, it was a knockout, Traveler. Just one thing. I wish we hadn't run the picture of that swell garden banker Conrad made out of his front lawn.
Why? It showed how to do it in a really businesslike way.
It showed it too well. It also showed banker Conrad's 2 professional gardeners using expensive equipment most people don't have. People got the idea they can't win against competition like that. Registrations for the contest have dropped like a Jap zero.
Oh, I get the point.
We ought to concentrate on the real amateurs for a change. That is, if we want them to show up at the fair.
You've given me an idea, Jack. Tell you about it later. Oh, Tony.
Yes, sir?
Now, suppose you did win that $100 bond for prize potatoes. What did you do with it?
Oh, gee, I'd keep it till the war's over and maybe go to high school, I guess.
Well, that sounds sensible. All right, Tony. I guess there's no rule against a fella getting help in this contest. Hold down the telephone, Dewey. I'm going over to Tony's place and see if the ground will support anything besides mortgages.
No good, huh?
It's mighty poor ground, Tony. They've dumped too much rubbish here for too many years. The soil is soft.
That's all the backyard we got, mister.
What's that yard over there beyond the fence?
Used to be a brewery there. Can't you tell by the all old barrels?
Now, these fire escapes all around the building where you live here, does it get hot on them?
They get so hot you can't walk on them with bare feet.
Those old barrels, they'll hold dirt all right.
Hey, what's the matter with you? I want to know about gardens, not barrels.
Well, son, I'm not so far off my head as you think, I hope. I'll help you try an experiment if you'll get the boys to help. Now, maybe we can hand them a surprise when it comes time for the Mayor's Victory Garden Fair.
Oh, there you are, traveler.
Oh, hello, Jack. You sure got a crowd together for the fair.
Isn't this something? Say, did you see those spuds banker Conrad entered in the contest?
Yes, I sure did, only when you figure up what he spent for the gardeners and the fertilizer, them ain't spuds, they're pedigreed potatoes. Say, who's that up on the platform of the mayor, the judges committee?
Yeah, Professor Emmons from the State College, a fellow from the Department of Agriculture, and that's Dr. Wiley, the botanist.
Well, if they can't pick the winners, I don't know who can.
Fellow citizens.
Quiet, everybody, quiet.
It gives me great pleasure as mayor of this city to announce the awards this afternoon. It is indeed a thrill to see our Victory Garden Fair so well attended. It's been an inspiration to see how folks in all walks of life have devoted abandoned spaces, beautiful lawns, and flower beds to vegetables. And now, the awards. The awards to the potato displays. Let me see. First prize, the $100 war bond to... is this right, Professor? Thank you. First prize to Tony Ferrento, age 13, of the Goat Hill Apartments for, what's this, for 56 pounds of netted gem potatoes per square foot.
Wow, that can't be, I know.
Second prize to Timothy O'Hara, age 12, of Goat Hill Apartments, 53 pounds per square foot.
Why, is that really?
Third prize to Stanislaus Hochak, also of Goat Hill Apartments, age 11, 48 pounds per square foot.
I question that, Mr. Mayor.
What's that? You object, Mr. Patton?
I sure do. I've been growing potatoes for over 30 years down around Pine Hollow, the best potato ground in the world. And dadnabbit, I never got a yield like that.
Well, sir, not being in the field of potatoes myself, as you might say, I can't answer you.
I say there's something wrong, and them prizes ought to be stopped till you find out.
Just a minute. Someone has just introduced me to the first prize winner, Tony Ferrento. Well, son, did you put this information down in your entry card?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Well, how large a space did you grow your potatoes in, son? Come on, don't be afraid to speak up. We're all friends.
Well, it was about 2 feet across one way and 2 feet across the other way.
What?
Well, you see, it's a fake.
It's not a fake. We stayed home Saturdays and after school to bring all that earth and stuff up those fire escapes, and we watered them every night till we hardly could walk.
You grew potatoes on fire escapes?
Yeah, we grew them in barrels.
Well, I confess I'm altogether at sea. Perhaps we'd better postpone these awards until we can...
Hold on just a minute, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hello, traveler. What do you know about all this?
Everything's just like the boy said. They put barrels on the landings of the fire escape of the Goat Hill tenements in the blazing sun. They put rich dirt in the bottom of each and then planted a potato. As it sprouted, they kept adding the richest dirt they could find, forcing the plant to grow taller and taller until it reached the top. They watered those barrels regularly and added liquid fertilizer until, well, it's the truth. Those potatoes just about filled the barrel.
Well, I'll be darned. Where do you suppose they learned that trick, traveler?
Well, now, far be it from me to quote Lincoln in defense of anything I've done, but, you know, Lincoln once said, Die when I may, I want it said by those who knew me best that I always pulled a weed and planted a flower where I thought a flower would grow. That goes for potatoes, too. I figured they'd grow at Goat Hill, and that if anybody wanted them as bad as those boys did, they was entitled to know a way to grow. And they did. Now, does anybody have anything to say?
Sure do.
Well, what is it, Mr. Patton?
Where does the fella go to get them barrels?
Just a tip at twilight when you're feeling low. Take a Lifebuoy shower, it will make you glow. Lifebuoy does the trick all right, makes you feel so clean and bright. When you've got a heavy day, Lifebuoy makes you feel just great.
Yes, Lifebuoy does make you feel just great. That rich, foamy lather does more than merely get rid of dirt. It peps you up. It leaves you tingling. So wake up to Lifebuoy. Wake up to the fact that we all perspire, and that you, too, may offend. But a daily bath or shower with Lifebuoy is your insurance against B.O., for Lifebuoy contains a special ingredient which stops B.O. cold.
Lifebuoy does the trick all right, makes you feel so clean and bright. When you've got a heavy day, Lifebuoy makes you feel just great. And you'll never have to worry about
And now here he is again, Bob Burns.
Say, thank you, Dick. I was going to tell you people that, you know, about this little play we just did. Now, I hope that'll be an inspiration to you. But if it makes just one person raise a victory garden, then we'll think the time's been well spent. Of course, I'm awful proud to tell you that I've got a victory garden of my own out here in Canoga Park. And if I do say so myself, my little garden is a jewel. 14 carats. That's pretty bad, ain't it? You know, I'm telling you, I don't want you people to get discouraged with your garden. I was kind of discouraged at first because the things I'm raising out there, they didn't turn out to be as big as the things that we raised down in Arkansas. But then it dawned on me the reason why. It's just because this land out here has been worked a little bit more. Now, you take that land down in Arkansas where you've just cut the trees off and you got the stumps on the land, and the land it's got all the minerals and vitamins in there, and the things naturally grow big. And then the climate's got something to do with it. I remember that my ancestors, when they first come into Arkansas, they didn't have any house, and they didn't have time. They was raising them vegetables and things. Do you know that my family lived in a half a cantaloupe for 3 years? Why, you'd be surprised how big things go. And now you talk about pumpkins. We raise a lot of pumpkins down there, and some punk. But we raise them pumpkin vines. You never saw anything grow like them in your life. You know that them pumpkin vines grow so fast, we've got to put roller skates on the little pumpkins so the vines don't drag them to death. The last time they had a fair here at Pomona, I wrote down to Arkansas to my Uncle Uni. I wanted to enter some of his Irish potatoes in the Pomona Fair. And I told him in the letter to only send 100 pounds because that's all the fair allows a person to enter of any one vegetable. And he wrote back and he said, I wouldn't cut one of my potatoes in two for anybody. Now, that's the reason why I wrote, I didn't know, I keep saying I wrote it. I didn't have a thing to do with it. A friend of mine, wrote a song, and it's called I'm Going Back to My Razorbacks down in Arkansas, and I'm going to sing it tonight just to give you an inspiration. Luther, come up here. My cousin Luther. Now, Luther, tonight, I don't want you I don't want to play this thing loud. I want you to accompany me, and now don't play it fortissimo. I want you to play this more pizzicato. What do you mean, horse? You don't even know what pizzicato means.
I do, too.
All right, what is pizzicato?
It's green ice cream.
Well, now you play this green ice cream. Then go ahead, boys. I'm going back to my Razorback down in Arkansas. My favorite cow means a lot more now down in Arkansas. No more counting sheep in my sleep. Gonna go back where they're real and count the kind of sheep you eat at a good old home-cooked meal. I'm going back to my Razorback down in Arkansas. Ain't gonna shirk, gonna do my work like I never did before. Gotta help the nation with the ration. You can count on me and my paw, 'cause I'm going back to my Razorback down in Arkansas.
I'm going back to my Razorback down in Arkansas.
Good, let's all go.
My favorite cow means a lot more now down in Arkansas.
There ain't no bad cows now.
No more counting sheep in my sleep. Gonna go back where they're real.
Oh, you mean the kind they ration?
Count the kind of sheep you eat at a good old home-cooked meal. Oh.
Going back to my Razorback down in Arkansas. Ain't gonna shirk, gonna do my work like I never did before. I'll be cutting pork and mutton, no more begging at the butcher store. 'Cause I'm going back to my Razorback down in Arkansas. You know, I used to think that when you spend $1, it's gone, but that ain't so. Now I'll show you why. Now, here's $18.75. I'm going to spend it on a war bond. Now, here's what it buys. Now, when a shell explodes, it can't ever be used again, but the money you spend for it can. Listen. Now, that's the sound of the new car you're going to buy after the war's over, with the same war bonds that was paying for shells and guns and planes today.
You've got something there, Bob. For when we buy war bonds, we're only lending our money to the government. For every $3 you invest, you get $4 back. So let's all join in buying more bonds than ever before. You've done your bit. Now do your best. Remember, America's second war loan starts April 12th.
There she blows!
A whale sure holds a lot of water, and so does Lifebuoy shaving cream. It picks up and holds longer, more moisture than any other popular shaving cream. That means you get a smoother, easier shave, even with a used blade or cold water, than you would with other drier lathers. No doubt about it, Lifebuoy shaving cream is a whale of a good buy.
There she blows!
The makers of Lifebuoy will again bring you Bob Burns next week at the same time with more about his relatives, more doings of the Arkansas Traveler, and Spike Jones and his City Slickers.
Good night, everybody. See you next week.
Remember, Lifebuoy is the only soap especially made to stop. This program comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of the killer! Hi-yo, Silver! Ahoy!
Dust plumed from beneath their horses' hoofs as the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan rode slowly along a sun-baked, rock-studded trail. Suddenly, Silver whinnied and broke into a trot, with Scout and Victor following suit. As the horses skirted a bend in the woodland trail, the masked man and his companions saw the reason. A creek winding through the trees. The water, as they halted upon the creek bank, looked cool and inviting.
Easy, Silver.
Oh, golly, that water looks good. No wonder Silver made a beeline for it.
It's plenty hot day. Horses need long, cool drink.
Yeah, I guess we could all use a drink.
Steady, big fella. Take it easy, Dan. Too much water isn't good for you when you've been a long time in the sun.
Yes, sir.
Horses have good time in water.
I don't blame them. Gosh, I wish we had time for a swim.
I do too, Dan. But we've got to push on if we want to make Sutter's Gulch by nightfall.
No, we cook dinner on trail?
No, Tonto. Wendy Smith, the old prospector we met about a year ago, lived just beyond that bend. I think we can arrange to have dinner there.
Isn't that right? You make us plenty good meal last time we see him.
Oh, golly, I hope he's home. I'm hungry.
We'll soon know. Here, Silver. What is it, big fella? What's the matter?
He acts like he's listening for something.
Behind that tree, Dan.
What?
Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Who do you think come?
I don't know, Kimosabe. The outlaw known as the Masked Killer is supposed to hide out somewhere in these woods. I don't want to risk Dan unnecessarily.
Masked Killer, plenty bad medicine.
Yes, he's murdered 2 people in Sutter's Gulch in the last 6 months and robbed several more.
Sheriff not able to catch him.
No, he's been too clever concealing his trail. Oh, wait.
Silver whinny. Maybe him too.
Why, it's a horse.
Grab his bridle, Tonto.
Me get him.
What do you suppose became of his rider?
You look here. Bullet, gray saddle horn, make scar.
Yes, you're right. Whoever rode this horse was the target.
Golly, you don't think that...
Initials on the saddle say TB.
The horse can't have strayed far from his owner in that brush, Tonto. We'll see if we can trace his trail.
You think owner, victim, a masked killer?
I don't know, Kimosabe. But we're going to make it our business to find out. Come on.
Meanwhile, in Sutter's Gulch, Wendy Smith, the grizzled old prospector who lived in a cabin on the trail some miles from town, sat in the office of the sheriff.
I swear, Sheriff, I'd rather been spread eagle and hogtied than have such a thing happen. I ought to be shot for allowing him to go into Rex's pen in the first place.
By thunder, Wendy, you can waste more words than anyone I know. Quit beating around the bush and say what you came for.
I reckon I've got to, sooner or later. It's your deputy, Todd Baker.
Well, what about him? Hey, Todd went out looking for the masked killer. You don't mean
Todd won't look for no more outlaws, Sheriff. He's dead.
Dead? That masked coyote killed him.
I wish to heaven he had, as long as poor Todd had to die.
What do you mean?
It wasn't the masked critter who done him in, Sheriff. It was my dog, Rex.
That mastiff you keep penned up out at your cabin? I don't savvy this at all.
It wasn't no fault of mine. I told Todd the dog was dangerous, but he wouldn't pay no attention. Just opened the gate of the pen and walked right in.
Well, what in thunder did he do that for?
Said he wanted to feed Rex some of the victuals I'd cooked him for lunch. It was hardly more than a minute before it was all over.
Leaping catfish. I didn't know that hound was a killer. What do you keep him for?
For protection, Sheriff. I ain't as spry as I used to be. Kind of dangerous living way out on the trail like I do, with a masked killer hiding out in that neck of the woods.
I reckon you're right, Wendy.
He don't cut into strangers at all. Reckon I'm the only person who can enter and leave that pen alive. Still, ain't no denying it's murder. And if you order me to have Rex shot, I'd be willing to do it.
Well, I don't see how that'd help matters, Wendy. The hounds might come in handy if the masked killer took a notion to rob your place.
Thank you, Sheriff. Reckon I'll leave it to you to notify Todd's folks, seeing as you were his boss. Well, I guess I better be getting along. Got a ways to travel before I get home.
Evening, Sheriff. I brought you a jar of my new peach preserves. Why, Wendy Smith, when did you come to town?
Howdy, Betty. I just came in to see the sheriff.
You must have got some of them there peaches in your cheeks, Betty. They're blooming prettier than a picture.
Maybe I did. Ben says I got my preserves all over everything else in the pantry.
How's Ben making out with the livery stable?
Livery stable? Why, Wendy, haven't you heard? Ben sold that 2 weeks ago. He's going to buy a freight line.
Sure, Betty and Ben have struck it rich. And Uncle East had clean forgot about died and left him a heap of money.
Ben says it was you who brought us good luck, Wendy. He says just before he picked up the letter from the lawyer with the news, you happened by and gave him a rabbit's foot for his watch charm.
Say, if you got any more of them rabbit feet, Wendy, I wouldn't mind having one myself.
Well, plumb happy to hear about it, Betty. You two ain't spent all of your inheritance already, have you?
Oh, heavens, no. We haven't even begun. Ben's saving it to buy the freight line. But we took the money we got for the livery stable and refurnished the whole house.
A mighty handsome-looking house it is now. You ought to see it, Wendy.
Oh, yes, you must.
Well, it's mighty nice of you, Betty, and I'd like nothing better than to oblige, but I got to be starting for home.
Well, it's kind of late to be starting back now.
Oh, much too late. If something might happen to you riding that trail alone at night, why, you might even run into the masked killer.
Appears to me you've got more to fear from that critter, Betty, than a poor old codger like me. What with all that money you've got in your house?
Yes, Ben and I have thought of that. But it's in a safe place. The coffee jar in the pantry. He'd never think to look there.
Yeah, only a woman to think of hiding money in a place like that.
It is awful dark outside for riding the trail home. Reckon I got no choice, though.
Yes, you have. You're spending the night in town. Ben and I can put you up in our new guest room. You'll be the first to use it.
Oh, shucks, Betty. I don't want nobody going to all that bother for an old coot like me.
Oh, it's no bother at all. Ben'd never forgive me if I didn't bring you to see him after the good luck you brought us.
Well, if you put it that way, I reckon I can't refuse.
Of course you can. Come along now. I've got to get dinner. We'll make it an evening to remember.
Tight grip on that horse's rein, Dan. I don't want to lose him in the dark.
Him may be murder clue. We not find rider anywhere.
Golly, this horse could only talk. I'll bet the masked killer knows where his rider is.
There, cabin ahead.
Wendy Smith's place. It doesn't look as if there's anyone home. There isn't a light.
Him maybe sleep.
Perhaps, although it's still early. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
Oh, Scout.
Take charge of that horse now, Dan.
Yeah, here's the reins.
Thanks.
Hey, gosh. Look at the size of that dog. Boy, he's half as big as a horse. Easy, boy. Hello, boy. Come to welcome us,
Dan, wait, don't go in that pen.
Oh, he isn't dangerous. He's just trying to be friendly. Aren't you, boy?
I don't think they him killer.
This way, Dan. I'll handle the dog.
There, see? He just wants to be friends. What's your name, boy, huh? What's your name?
That's strange. Signs say him plenty dangerous.
Let's take a look at that sign, Tonto. You read it. Beware of the dog. He is a man killer. Tonto, look. Paint's still wet.
Well, he must paint sign today.
Yes, but why? That dog is perfectly tame.
Me not know.
Aye. Let's go on to the house. Maybe Wendy can tell us.
Oh, put down that towel, Wendy. Ben'll give me all the help with the dishes I need.
Sure, you just pick out a chair and make yourself comfortable, Wendy.
And when you get sleepy, just say the word, and I'll show you to your room.
Well, if it ain't too much trouble, Betty, I feel kind of tuckered out right now. Reckon I can't stand them trips to town like I used to.
I thought you looked a bit peaked. You look different somehow from the last time we saw you. Doesn't he, Ben?
Yeah, sort of younger. Don't seem to be as much gray in your beard as there used to be. And your hair...
I guess that's what comes from living in the woods, Ben. Plenty of fresh air and sun makes a man look younger.
I'll bring the lamp.
Come along, Wendy. You've got the best room in the house.
Sure does a man a powerful lot of good to see you youngsters looking so happy.
Oh, you're the cause of it, Wendy. You and your rabbit's foot.
If it hadn't been for that, we might not have received the inheritance.
There isn't a thing in the world Ben and I want for now. We have each other and money to buy just the business Ben has always envied.
Must take a heap of money to buy a freight line.
$25,000.
Come on, Wendy.
Jumping Jehoshaphat. Don't see how you can sleep a wink with all that money in the house. If I was you, Ben, I'd put it in the bank for safekeeping.
After tonight, I won't need to be concerned about it, Wendy. I'm exchanging it for the freight line tomorrow.
Here's your room, Wendy.
Oh, mighty pretty, too. Say, don't mind if I sleep with my gun under my pillow, do you, Betty?
Why, no, but what for?
Well, I just got a peculiar feeling something's going to happen tonight.
Happen here?
Wendy, what do you mean?
Now, there's no reason for you to get upset. It's just a feeling I got in my bones. Kind of get the itching when there's trouble brewing. Same as when there's rain in the air.
What kind of trouble could happen to us?
Well, that masked critter's been mighty active around town lately. And that money you got hid here is mighty tempting.
Ben, you don't think the masked killer will come here?
Oh, of course not, honey.
But if he heard that we have money in the house...
How could he? Nobody in town knows where we keep it, except the sheriff.
Well, maybe so. But if I was you, Ben, I'd sleep with my shooting iron under my pillow, same as me. That masked coyote has a way of finding things out.
Oh, go on with you old windbag. You're worse than an old woman with you're rich in bones.
Have a good night's sleep, Wendy.
I'll try to, Betty, but I don't know. Considering the feeling I got.
That old codger. I'll bet if he saw a mouse, he'd leap clear out of bed.
Oh, Ben, I'm worried.
Oh, now, honey. Don't let your imagination get the best of you. We bought locks for all the doors.
But the masked killer might be in town right this minute. He might be anybody. Maybe even the sheriff, for all we know.
Wait. You have got it bad.
Oh, I'm serious, Ben. I wish we'd listened to Wendy sooner and put the money in the bank. At least promise me this. Sleep with your pistol under your pillow.
All right, honey. And if that masked killer so much as puts his foot in this house, I'll pepper him full of holes.
Ben, wake up.
Huh? What is it, Betty?
There's someone in the house. Someone moving about.
What? I'll get my gun.
Listen.
Wait here, Betty.
No, I'm going with you.
There he is.
Oh, Ben, be careful. It's the masked killer.
Lift your hands or I'll...
Look out! He's raising his gun.
Curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. As the shot echoed in the dark, Ben staggered and crumpled to the floor. Betty quickly knelt beside him, sobbing and cradling his head in her lap. Then she heard footsteps approaching.
Who is it?
It's me, Wendy. I heard the shot. What in thunder's happened, Betty? What are you sitting here in the dark for?
Oh, Wendy, Ben's been shot. It was the masked killer.
The low-down skunk. I wish I'd been here. I'd have drilled him to kingdom come. Here, let me light this lamp. We'll see how bad Ben's been hurt. Now, let me look at that wound. Well, it ain't nothing but a scratch. Bullet just grazed his forehead.
Oh, thank heaven. I'll get some water.
Sounds like the sheriff, Betty. Reckon half the town must have heard that shot.
Oh, I'll let him in.
Hey, what happened, Betty? Who fired that gun?
Oh, Sheriff, I'm so glad you're here. It was the masked killer. He tried to kill Ben.
Hey, the snake. Did he steal your money?
The money? I've been so worried about Ben, I haven't looked.
Seth, you take a look around outside. Might be some footprints we can trail.
Just you say, Sheriff.
How is he, Wendy? Did you get it bad?
Just a scratch, Sheriff. Won't take a minute to bring Ben around.
Oh, I'm all right. What happened?
Sheriff, the money. It's gone.
What? Leaping catfish. You don't mean to say that masked coyote stole your whole inheritance?
Betty, you don't mean he...
Oh, Ben, it's all gone. $25,000. He took it from the coffee jar.
Great day. How in tarnation did he know where to look for the cash?
Just like I was telling Betty and Ben after dinner. There's no way of figuring how the masked killer knows things. He just knows.
Oh, Wendy, if we'd only listened to you
before.
It's
my fault. Wendy warned us this might happen, and I left him.
Oh, no, Ben, you mustn't reproach yourself. I guess it just wasn't meant to be for us to spend all that money.
Which way did that hombre go, Betty?
Oh, Sheriff, I don't know. All I can remember is seeing him with that gun and the flame and Ben falling to the floor.
Either of you see what he looked like?
It was too dark to see much of anything.
Yeah, the boys and me been searching for that footprint, Sheriff. Ain't no sign of him. Ground's too hard packed.
Oh, if this don't beat everything. Ain't a single clue to the masked killer anywhere.
Reckon you'll just have to scour them woods near my cabin where he's supposed to hide out, Sheriff.
I'll scour 'em all right. If need be, I'll burn 'em down and smoke the killer out. And don't you give up hope, Eddie. I'll track down that critter or turn in my star. First thing tomorrow, I'm taking a posse near Wendy's place. I aim to catch the masked killer and make him swing.
Early the next day, the Lone Ranger and Tonto saddled their horses in front of Windy Smith's cabin where they'd spent the night. Dan was taking leave of the mastiff he'd become friendly with.
There, that does it, Tonto.
We ready to ride now.
Come on, Dan. We're leaving for Sutter's Gulch.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, boy. Maybe you and I will meet again sometime, huh? He sure is a fine dog. Wish we could take him with us.
Steady, big fella. You'll have enough to handle keeping a tight rein on this stray horse.
Easy, boy. We're going to turn him over to the sheriff?
Yes, Dan. You'll know whose initials are on the horse's saddle if anyone does. You'll also be interested in learning the identity of the masked killer.
Golly, you don't mean...
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Get along, Victor. Get along here.
Keep together, boys. It'll be time to spread out and get to the woods near Wendy's place.
All right, Sheriff. You ain't serious about smoking the masked killer out of them woods, are you, Sheriff? That's a powerful lot of brush.
I promised the townsfolk I'd bring back that murdering coyote, Windy, and by thunder I will. Even if it takes me...
Sheriff, look. Horseman heading this way.
Hey, that tall hombre on the white horse, he's masked.
The masked killer.
Masked killer.
Rein up. Rein up or we'll drill you.
Hold, Silver. Hold.
That's Todd Baker's horse that got with him. There's his initials on the saddle, TB.
Well, darned if it ain't. How'd you come by that horse, stranger?
My friends and I found it wandering in the woods.
He's the masked killer, Sheriff, and my name ain't Windy Smith.
Is your name Windy Smith?
You heard me say it, didn't you?
And you don't recognize me or Tonto?
You doggone tootin' I recognize you. Same as any man would who ain't blind in one eye and can't see out the other. You're the masked killer.
Sure. The Sable robbed Ben of $25,000 in cash last night. Most likely he's got the money on him, Sheriff.
Right, yeah, if he ain't, he knows where it's hid.
Yes, I think I do know where it's hidden.
That's all the proof I need. Take off that mask.
Don't touch that mask.
I'll get it, Sheriff. Oh, doggone, you like to have broke my hand.
That'll teach you not to carry a gun in it.
What do you mean, Bert?
Listen to me, all of you. I'm not the masked killer, but I do know who he is. Follow me and I'll prove it.
No, don't listen to him, Sheriff. It's a trick. A trick so he can turn himself and his pards loose.
Here, my gun, Sheriff. This should convince you I'm up to no trick.
I ain't saying, but I'll take him. All right, mister. Wheel your horse around and take us to that proof you spoke of.
Of all the darn fools...
Shut up, Windy. This hombre is the masked killer. We've got him hogtied. If he ain't, we'll know when we get to the money who is.
Thunder's got into that masked critter, Sheriff. That's my place he's heading for.
Yeah, there's that man-killing mastiff of yours.
Maybe he's taking us to the woods on the other side of your cabin, Windy.
Oh, Silver. Steady now. What in tarnation are we stopping here for, stranger? This is Windy Smith's place.
Yes, I know.
Down, Rex, down! I told you Rex don't cotton a stranger, Sheriff. He's in a mean mood. We better be moving on.
Oh, blast his insides. I'd like to drill him for killing poor Todd Baker.
What do you mean, Sheriff?
I mean that hound's a man-killer. He done in one of the best deputies the sheriff ever had.
Is that what Windy told you?
Sure as shooting is, stranger. You want to make something of it?
Yes, a lie. Dan?
Yes, sir?
Does that look like a mean and vicious dog to you?
Mean and vicious? Well, golly, no. He just wants to be friendly. Here, I'll show you.
Come back here. What do you think you're doing?
He's going to prove that the dog isn't a killer, Sheriff.
Don't let him go in that pen. He'll be mangled.
Come back here, boy. That hound will murder you.
The dog's jumping at him. He's licking the boy's hand.
Well, I'll be doggone. Windy, I thought you
Sheriff,
said...
likely the kid stopped here before and made friends with Rex. He never acted that way before.
He's always acted that way to people who treated him with kindness. Would you like to prove it, Sheriff?
Oh, me? No, I'll take your word for it.
Very well. Steady. We'll go into the house.
No, you don't. That's my house. And I ain't admitting the likes of you.
I don't savvy what we're stopping here for anyway.
To prove the identity of the masked killer.
It's a trap, Sheriff. Don't go with him.
You keep quiet.
But, a gun. The Injun's got the drop on us.
And you, Sheriff, get off horse. And go in house like masked man say.
If this is a trick, stranger, you'd better start saying your prayers. The boys will riddle you when you try to come out of that house.
They'll have no occasion to fire. My friends and I spent the night in this cabin, Sheriff. I think it'll prove as interesting to you as it did to us.
Prowlers! Sheriff,
You not go in house. You wait here.
Ben, you come with me.
Right, Sheriff.
Open the door, Sheriff. It's unlocked. Go ahead, look around. You may find some of the things I found after I learned the dog wasn't the man-killer Windy tried to make him appear.
I don't savvy.
Suppose you start with the mantel over the fireplace.
Say, this here looks like Todd Baker's watch. Well, it is his. Got his wife's and baby's picture in the back.
Ben, take a look at that table drawer.
Why, it's a money pouch from the city bank.
Didn't the masked killer rob the bank and kill one of the guards some time ago?
He sure did.
I see it now. The masked killer came here to rob Windy while he was visiting Betty and me in town.
Isn't it more likely that the masked killer lives here?
You mean Windy knows who that murdering coyote is?
I'm sure he does. Let me show you something. Now, this frame used to hold two tintypes, one of Windy and one of his son. Now there's only one picture in it, the one of the son.
Thunderation. I clean forgot about old Windy having a son. Didn't turn out so well as I remember. Got mixed up with a Crowder gang across the county line, rustling steers and waylaying stagecoaches. He sure is a spitting image of his old man.
There have been other changes made, too. Windy Smith never touched a drink in his life. Now there's a bottle of whiskey on the table.
Say, that's funny.
Yeah.
And Windy used to be a good cook, but that stove hadn't been used for some time.
Doggone it, that ain't right.
I don't understand.
I do. The reason things ain't the same here as they used to be is because the masked killer is living here and forced Windy to change his habits. Now, all we have to do is ask...
The last time I saw Windy Smith was a year ago. Todd and I had dinner with him. Yet today, he didn't even recognize us.
Hey, where in Sam Hill do you think you're going?
Outside. Are you coming?
You're darn tootin' I'm coming. You ain't getting away that easy.
Keep those guns out. You'll need them.
Just try to make your getaway, mister. I'll riddle you.
Look! Sheriff's caught his man.
Yeah, Sheriff's got the drop on him.
About time you followed my advice, Sheriff. It was plain as day this hombre was the masked killer when we first laid eyes on him. Hey, take your hands off me.
Let's have a real look at you.
Sheriff, stop him. He's aiming to kill me.
Let Windy go, stranger, or I'll shoot.
Do not shoot.
I'm showing you up for what you really are. The masquerade is over.
A false beard.
This man is not Windy Smith, Sheriff. He's his outlaw son.
Great day.
Sure on the old coot's son. When I came home, I found him dying. I knew he was popular around town, so I thought I'd pass myself off as him, so nobody'd suspect who I really was. You know me better as the masked killer, and I'm living up to my reputation right now.
The gun.
Not very far. And this. If you look through his pockets, Ben, I think you'll find the money he stole from you.
Well, you're right. Why, it's all here, the whole $25,000. And a mask. The disguise of the masked killer.
Thunderation. To think that murdering coyote was right where we could get him all the time. We didn't know it. Hey, here, masked man, take back your guns.
Thanks, Sheriff.
I'm glad to admit I was wrong. That fellow on the ground there murdered Todd Baker. Probably because Todd came too close to the truth.
Well, he won't kill anyone else in Sutter's Gulch. Thanks to this masked man who... Say, where is he?
Well, Dad read it if he didn't slip away right out from under our noses.
I'll silver away!
just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
It's the Frontline Theater. Today bringing you a real thriller, The Strange Case of Professor Wanger, and as our extra special guest of honor, Tommy Dorsey and his orchestra. This is Ken Niles to welcome you once again to the Frontline Theater. Brought to you, men in the Armed Forces of the United Nations, by the Special Service Division of the War Department. This is your theater, and every performance in it is presented especially for you, the men fighting with the United Nations on freedom's front lines. Our play is an exciting story, The Strange Case of Professor Wanger. And because it's curtain time in the Frontline Theater and the play's the thing, let's get on with the show. Over New York, night has fallen. And in the apartment of Nick and Nora Charles, Irwin Harris, a friend, discusses his new job.
Like I say, Nick, here I got a steady job bodyguarding Professor Wanger. Sure you think everything will be perfect? Well, isn't it? Positively not.
Irwin, nothing's happened to the professor.
How could it when all the time he locks himself in a house and he never goes out?
Well, that should make your job a lot easier.
Sure, but then I'm taking money for nothing, which ain't ethical. So, I think I'll quit.
Oh, and do what?
Well, what's wrong with the stage?
Nothing, and let's try to keep it that way.
Did you ever hear me recite?
Irwin, I warn you, you'll be putting a severe strain on our friendship.
Once upon a midnight dreary, as I pondered weak and weary over many a volume of forgotten war, suddenly there came a rapping.
Sound effect.
That was a me.
Come in. Oh, excuse me, Irwin. I better see who that is.
Oh, let me go, dear. I don't mind a bit. Just a second, I'm coming. Yes?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to disturb you. Just one more tack and I'll be through.
Say, what are you nailing there? Isn't that a funeral wreath?
Yes, indeed. One of Heikemeyer and Brothers' loveliest creations.
Oh.
A luscious spray of calla lilies surrounded by the purity and innocence of white camellias.
Excuse me, Mr. Jerk.
Heikemeyer. A very common error.
Oh, yes. Well, I think you're making a mistake.
Madam, the firm of Heikemeyer and Brothers are not given to mistakes.
Well, there's no one dead here. At least I haven't seen a corpse in days.
Is this apartment 5B?
Mm-hmm.
Are you Mrs. Charles?
Why, yes.
There's no mistake. The wreath is for Nicholas Charles.
What was that name again?
Nicholas Charles.
Nick. Nicky!
Yes, sir?
Oh, thank heaven.
Know me, baby?
Uh-huh. Darling, this is Mr. Herkemeyer.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do, sir? Believe me, my heart goes out to you in your hour of grief.
Hey, what's the matter with him?
He thinks you're dead.
Oh, what?
Uh-huh. And he's got a wreath to prove it. See?
Well, look, my little man, you're a trifle premature. I'm afraid you'll have to take that thing back with you.
Oh, I couldn't possibly. What would the customer say?
Well, I don't know. Who is he?
Oh, a noble soul. He paid cash.
What's his name?
He neglected to leave one. No, Mr. Charles. The wreath will have to stay.
I'm sorry, pal. I can't use it.
Well, what'll I do?
Couldn't you put it back in stock?
Madam, are you suggesting that I tamper with the records of Herkemeyer and Brother? Why, it would be sacrilegious.
Well, that's your problem, but get this thing out of here.
Mrs. Charles, I ask you to bear witness. I am not doing this of my own volition.
Uh-huh.
Attaboy.
If you should change your mind, sir...
Yes, I'll let you know.
You wouldn't reconsider it now.
No. Nothing personal, you understand, but I hope I never see you again.
You will, Mr. Charles. Mark my words, you will. Good day.
Did you ever see anything like him, darling?
Nicky, why should anyone send you a wreath?
Oh, I don't know. It was just a gag.
Well, it wasn't very funny.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Someone just sent Nicky a wreath.
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Charles?
Yes?
A short while ago, a funeral wreath was delivered to your door.
Oh, yes. Yes. Well, if you're one of the Herkemeyers, I explained to your brother. It's all a mistake.
It was no mistake, Mr. Charles. I sent it.
You said... All right, pal. What do you want?
Listen, unless I've been misinformed, a young couple will be up to see you shortly. They'll have a request to make of you. Take my advice, Mr. Charles. Turn them down. Otherwise...
Otherwise what?
You'll find you were much too hasty in returning that wreath.
Well, that's Act One of The Strange Case of Professor Wanger. And now, during intermission, let's hear from today's special guest, Tommy Dorsey and his orchestra. We're certainly glad you accepted our invitation, Tommy, and we're turning the spotlight on you while you play one of those swell arrangements that have made you famous. The stage is yours, Tommy. Thank you, Tommy Dorsey. That was a swell tune. The men overseas will dust off the welcome mat for you anytime you and your boys want to play a return engagement. And now for Act Two of The Strange Case of Professor Wanger. 2 hours passed since Nick received the menacing phone call which explained the delivery of that wreath.
Oh, Nora, there's nothing to worry about. It's just a practical joke. Here, I'll prove it to you. Our anonymous friend warned me that a young couple would be here tonight. All right, it's almost 11. Do you see any sign of them?
What were you saying, dear?
Never mind.
That's what I thought. Good evening. Hello, won't you come in?
Oh, yes.
Oh, please sit down.
Oh, thanks. Say, isn't this a little unusual, or are you this hospitable to everyone who rings your bell? It's her southern blood.
Don't mind my husband. The truth of the matter is we were expecting you.
You were?
Oh, Nicky, this is... I'm Sylvia, and this is my brother, Gene.
Oh, how do you do? How do you do? I don't believe I caught the last name.
It's Wanger.
Wanger? Any relation to the famous scientist?
Yes, he's our uncle. As a matter of fact, that's why we're here. I understand that his bodyguard, Irwin Harris, is a very good friend of yours.
Yes?
Well, ever since Uncle escaped from Czechoslovakia, we've been trying to get in touch with him. So far, all we've gotten is a brush-off.
Well, don't blame Irwin for that. He has his orders. Dr. Wanger doesn't want to see anyone.
But that's ridiculous.
Is it?
Well, yes. You see, we know that Uncle lives under the constant fear that the Gestapo's after him. Surely that's no reason to refuse to see his only living relatives.
So you want me to arrange a meeting for you?
Oh, if you only would, Mr. Charles. I'm sure if Uncle would talk to me, I could convince him he has nothing to fear. When did you see your uncle last? Well, we never really saw him. You see, before my father came to this country, he quarreled with his brother. But now that Papa's dead, we decided we'd bury the hatchet.
Yes, that's right. I don't suppose the fact that Dr. Wanger has a fortune in patent royalties in this country had anything to do with your decision? Now, look, Mr. Charles, not even you can say that and get away with it.
Don't pay any attention to him, Mr. Wanger. He's awfully suspicious by nature. But he's got a nicer side, too. You'll find it out after he helps you.
Darling, aren't you being unduly optimistic?
You mean you won't?
Uh-huh. If Dr. Wanger wants to see them, that's for him to decide.
Nicky, would you change your mind if I asked you to?
I'm sorry, dear. But beginning this week, I'm making it a practice not to interfere in things that don't concern me.
Well, I never thought I'd have to admit my husband could be frightened by a phone call.
Oh, now, baby, you know that's not true.
Well, then prove it. Introduce them to Dr. Wanger.
Oh, conniving woman. Are you really so set on this thing?
Yes, I am, Nick.
Now, bless your little heart. Then I think you'll have to do the honors.
Hello, Irwin.
Oh, it's you, Nora.
Uh-huh. Open up the door.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Say, wait a minute. Who are these people?
Oh, some friends of mine. I knew you wouldn't mind.
No, none of that. Now, you're all here for scram. No, I'm surprised at you. You know the professor gave me strict orders.
It's all right, Irwin. I'm sure Dr. Wanger would be very happy to meet this couple. Now, be a sweet boy and get him.
I'm sorry, but the Prof positively can't be disturbed. He's retired for the evening.
Irwin, I think you're fibbing. Now, won't you get him for me? Please.
No.
Pretty please. With sugar on it.
Oh, cut it out, Nora. You know I can't never refuse you nothing.
Isn't he a darling? You won't be long, will you?
Sit down. I'll be back in a minute.
Mrs. Charles, you're wonderful. I did manage that rather well, didn't I? Who said we needed Nick? I think you better let me do all the talking.
Oh, of course.
I never get a chance to when Nick's around. You know, sometimes...
Mrs. Charles?
Oh, there you are, Professor. How are you?
Just fine. Thanks for the asking. Mrs. Charles, you know I make it a rule never to see anyone.
Well, I thought you wouldn't mind making an exception in this case. Professor, I'd like you to meet your nephew, Gene.
My nephew?
Mm-hmm. And this is your niece, Sylvia. Hello, Uncle.
I never heard of you before. Wish you'd tell me who you are.
We're your brother Rudolph's children.
Rudolph's children?
Yes. I realize that doesn't prove anything, but I have papers.
Please, there's no point you're showing those to me. Papers mean nothing. They could be false.
Sure, it's easy. I once knew a guy who was so slick with a pen.
Irwin.
Sorry.
Professor, you can't turn them away like this. You can see with half an eye they're not imposters. How can you accuse them of being after your money?
Oh, you do not understand. Money means nothing to me, Mrs. Charles. I am a man of simple wants. Just ask to be left alone.
Oh, please, Uncle, you've got to let us stay. There's no other place we can go. We won't be in your way. What do you say, Professor? You've got to trust someone. Won't you let them stay?
You make it very hard for me to say no.
Oh, Uncle, darling.
It's all right, my dear.
Professor, I'm sure you'll never regret it.
Yeah, I hope so, Mrs. Charles. I sincerely hope so.
Well, darling, I trust you're satisfied with yourself.
Now that you've mentioned it, I am.
Brings back memories of your Girl Scout days, doesn't it? Now, who could that be at this hour?
Darling, there's a well-tested way to find out. Come in. Irwin.
Yeah, it's me. Nick, I gotta talk to you.
Okay, sit down.
You know what Nora went and done?
Yes, I heard all about it.
Well, you should never have done that, Nora. Well, why did you want to palm off a couple of phonies on a swell guy like the professor?
They're not phonies. Irwin, you shouldn't say that. You've only known them for an hour.
But that hour... If they're brother and sister, I'll eat your hat.
What do you mean?
Look, Nick, I come from a big family, and we was as affectionate as the next. But you ought to see the way that Jean kissed Sylvia goodnight. That ain't the way we used to do it.
Could it have been an act to impress the professor?
If you ask me, I'd say they was saboteurs.
Oh, well.
Well, it's sure a peculiar time for them to pop up.
Why?
Look, this is strictly sub-rosy. But the professor's working on a submarine detector for the government. Now, I ask you, ain't it funny they should turn up the night before he's supposed to run a big test for the big shots?
It might be a coincidence.
See? Even you're not so sure. Look, Nick, I should like very much for you to show up tomorrow night. Just to see there's no hanky-panky.
Well, I'll have to think it over.
Yeah, do that. But whatever you decide, I ain't taking no for an answer. Some turnout, ain't it, Nick?
Yes. What time does this experiment start?
Oh, any minute now. Everybody's here who counts.
Oh, there's Sylvia.
Hello, Mrs. Charles. Can I get you anything?
Oh, no, thanks. Where's your brother? I don't believe I've seen him tonight. Why, he's around somewhere, I guess.
Say, come to think of it, I saw him go out about a half hour ago.
Yes, that's right. I think Uncle sent him out for something.
That's funny. Well, if he ain't back soon, he's going to miss the show. Hey, there, the professor's almost ready to start now.
The gentlemen and the ladies, you are all here tonight to see a demonstration of a submarine detector your government has asked me to work on. If my assistant will help me, we will proceed. Jean?
Oh, he isn't here, Uncle.
He isn't? Well, no matter. Erwin, will you lend a hand here, please?
Oh, gladly. What do you want me to do, Professor?
I pull down the switch marked A. Yes, that is the one right there.
Now?
Yes, please.
Right.
Now, gentlemen, you will notice how the needle fluctuates on this meter here. In just a moment, I will explain the purpose of that. Erwin, you throw in the next switch.
You better.
What's the lights? They've gone out. Erwin, where are you?
Come and try those lights.
Erwin!
Don't move, Nora. Don't anybody move. Who's got a match?
Here you are, sir.
Oh, Nick.
Steady, darling.
It can't be. Erwin isn't.
Yes, I'm afraid so, baby. Erwin has been electrocuted.
Now, remember this, Nick. My job is to get a confession. If you and Nora talk out of turn, I'll spin you out of here so fast you'll feel like a yo-yo.
We'll behave, Sergeant.
All right, Smitty. Open them up.
Hello, Sylvia. No, I didn't do it. I didn't kill Erwin.
Listen, Miss Ranger, whatever your name is, none of this phony sob stuff is going to get you anyplace. It's too bad your little plan didn't go off like you expected.
What do you mean?
You were after the professor, weren't you?
I tell you, we didn't mean to kill anyone.
Just meant to frighten him a little, eh? Where's your accomplice?
I don't know what you're talking about. Nick, you believe me, don't you?
Tell me something, Sylvia. You claimed that you and Jean were sister and brother.
Oh, we are.
You're lying. His name isn't even Ranger.
Well, mine is.
Then you're not related.
Yes, we are. We're married.
Yeah?
Sylvia, do you know where Jean is?
No. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
But don't you see, dear, if you don't, we can't help you.
I don't want your help. Jean will get me out.
I just wish he'd try. Okay. Think it over, Toots. When you do, I'll bet you'll come to the same conclusion I did. That swell husband of yours left you holding the bag.
Nicky, What are you thinking about?
About Owen. He was a pretty swell guy.
Uh-huh. You think Sylvia and Jean did it?
Don't you?
It's all my fault. I never should have taken them up to the professor in the first place.
Well, I don't know, baby. Maybe it would have happened anyway.
Well, how could it?
Well, you're forgetting one thing, dear. That funeral wreath. Who sent it to me?
I did forget. Nick, do you think the man who sent it will make another attempt in the professor's life?
Oh, not so fast, sweetheart. Now you're assuming that Jean and Sylvia aren't guilty.
Darling, don't ask me why, but I'm positive they're not. I'll bet you anything you want that the man who threatened you on the phone is our murderer. There's only one fly in the ointment. How are we going to find out who he is?
How about your friend Herkemeyer?
The florist?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he wouldn't know. Remember you asked him.
Yes, but maybe if he were prodded, he might come up with a description. What do you say, Nora? You willing to try it?
Well, in a case like this, no sacrifice is too great. Step on it, darling. You better wait in the car, Nicky. I think I'll do better by myself.
Go ahead, beautiful. But don't let him swindle you into taking that wreath back.
Oh, don't worry. I'll try to make this quickly as possible, darling.
All right.
Yes, madam. Is there something I can show you?
Hello, Herky. Remember me?
I beg your pardon.
You delivered a wreath to my apartment last night.
Oh, of course. And you made me take it back.
Uh-huh. It was a mistake.
Oh, I know it.
You knew what?
He had a relapse. He died.
No, Mr. Herkemeyer. He didn't die.
He didn't?
No. See? He's waiting outside in the car.
You mean you haven't come for the wreath?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, Mrs. Charles, you simply must take it. You don't know how it's upset this entire organization. Why, my brothers and I...
Look, Mr. Herkemeyer, couldn't you give it to the man who bought it?
Well, I don't know his name.
Was he ever in here before?
No.
Could you describe him for me?
I'm not very good at games.
Well, suppose I prompted you. Wouldn't that help?
It might.
Well, was he tall or short?
Short, I think.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Did he have any distinguishing marks?
Distinguishing marks?
Mm-hmm. I mean, did he limp or anything?
Oh, now that you mention it, I believe he did.
Did what?
Limp?
Are you sure?
Almost.
Well, what about the color of his hair? It wasn't red by any chance?
Yes. I think you're right.
And, of course, he had a cauliflower ear to match.
Let me think. Cauliflower ear. Mrs. Charles, where are you going?
Well, Herky, you're an awful disappointment.
Oh, Mrs. Charles, you're forgetting it. Oh, Mrs. Charles, please.
Darling, it looks as though we're stymied unless you come up with something brilliant.
I don't have to pass, beautiful. All I can suggest is that you phone Sergeant Reynolds and have him post a guard around the professor's apartment. Oh, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Nick.
Yes, who's this?
It's Jean.
Jean, where are you?
Never mind, and don't try to trace this call or I'll hang right up.
Do you know they've locked up Sylvia?
Yes, that's why I phoned. You've got to get her out.
Well, that's impossible. Now, look, Jean, why don't you come up here and talk to me? I'd like to help you.
You expect me to swallow that yarn?
I mean it.
Well, all right. But don't try any funny stuff. If you tip off the cops, you won't live to regret it. You hear me?
Yes, I hear you. When will you be over?
Give me half an hour.
Okay.
Well, darling?
He's coming over.
That proves he didn't kill Irwin.
Does it?
Well, certainly. Otherwise, he'd never put in an appearance.
Maybe. Look, honey, will you get Sergeant Reynolds on the wire?
Nicky, you wouldn't do a thing like that.
I certainly would. You remember you said if we found the man who threatened me on the phone, we'd have our murderer?
I still say it.
Well, in that case, the man hunts over. I just heard that same voice again.
Nick.
Yes, baby. It was Jean. What time you got, Nick? Relax, Sergeant, relax. You'll be here. I just hope your boys downstairs don't frighten him away.
I'm very tired, gentlemen. Is it necessary that I remain?
I'm afraid so, Professor. And that goes for you, too, Sylvia.
Quiet. Come in.
No, Dean, don't. It's a trap.
What the... Come in, fellas. Get those hands up. All the way.
Oh, will you close the door?
Dean, I tried to warn you.
Oh, it's all right, honey. I guess I've got Mr. Charles to thank for this.
Uh-huh.
You dirty double-crosser.
You never should have threatened me, Gene. That happens to be a pet aversion of mine.
What are you talking about?
The night you first came up here, you sent me a funeral wreath.
I can explain that.
Yes, so can I. Now, you wanted me to introduce you to the professor. You knew I wouldn't. So you applied central psychology. You sent me the wreath and ordered me not to. And you figured I'd do just the opposite. The only trouble was I refused to bite.
But I did.
Yes, darling. You stuck your beautiful neck way out. You did exactly what they hoped for when you took them up to their uncle.
I am not their uncle.
I'm sorry, Professor. That's quite true.
You're crazy, Charles.
Do you deny you sent the wreath?
No, but I do deny killing Irwin.
Now, wait a minute, pal. I never accused you of that.
You never...
What are you talking about, Nick?
That's what I said.
Darling, I don't understand.
But you do, don't you, Professor? These kids aren't related to you.
No, of course not. They are imposters.
Well, that doesn't necessarily follow. The shoe could be on the other foot, couldn't it?
Come on, Nick. Don't be coy. What are you getting at?
The professor's the imposter. He killed Irwin.
What?
Uncle, you didn't.
All right, everybody. Stay as you are.
Better put away the gun, Professor. It's out of character.
Get down, Nick! Oh!
Professor! Professor!
You're wasting your time, Nick. I never miss.
All set there?
Mm-hmm.
And out go the lights.
Nicky.
Oh, Nora.
Darling.
Oh, well, it's fairly simple, dear. Sylvia's uncle, the real Professor Wanger, died in Czechoslovakia, and our phony friend was an opportunist who assumed his name and finances. See, it never occurred to us that he could have been the bogus article as well as Sylvia.
But why did he kill Irwin?
Well, he had to. He was on the spot. The government wanted him to work on a submarine detector, but not having the real professor's ability, he couldn't deliver.
But if his life were in danger, he'd have a valid reason to stop working.
Yes, exactly.
Oh. But what put you on the right track, darling?
Well, we were overlooking one thing. The actual result in the case was Irwin's death. And if you assume that was what was really intended, you got yourself a brand new suspect with a brand new motive.
I see. But, darling, there's one person I'm sorry for.
Who's that?
Turkey, the florist.
No.
Think of it. For the rest of his life, he'll be stuck with that wreath.
Laura. You hear what I hear?
Uh-huh. It sounds like...
Someone's nailing something on the door.
It's Turkey.
Undoubtedly.
Well, darling, here we go again.
Well, men, that solves the case and brings down the curtain on today's Frontline Theater play. But there are more plays coming, and your favorite stars will be in them. So keep on listening, won't you? Our thanks to the makers of Woodbury Soap for their cooperation. Frontline Theater is presented for you men in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts. Each week at this time, H.J. Heinz Company, makers of the famous 57 varieties, gives you Information Please. A quartet of experts is on hand to answer your questions. Send them to Information Please at 570 Lexington Avenue, New York City. We may edit them a bit, and in case of similarity, you'll have to accept our judgment of who shall be paid. If we use your question, H.J. Heinz Company will send you $10 in war stamps, plus a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If we muff the question, you get $57 in war bonds and stamps, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. All questions remain our property. Information Please is presented under the supervision of Dan Golenpaul. And now, our master of ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Information Please's third stop in its bond-selling drive, not counting the little job we did a couple of weeks ago for the Red Cross. Tonight, we are broadcasting from Bushnell Memorial Hall in the colorful old city of Hartford, Connecticut. Tonight, 3,400 citizens of Hartford, including standees, are packing the hall. In this audience are 3,250 people who have purchased bonds in denominations of $50 to $5,000, making a total of $2,497,150. But, folks, hold on to your seats, because that isn't all. 150 seats in this auditorium have been allocated to representatives of business houses, and they have purchased bonds totaling $200,850,000. Ladies and gentlemen, we consider this a phenomenal achievement on the part of Hartford, and it's a fitting way to signalize the start today of the Treasury Department's $13 billion drive. And making this record even more extraordinary, we'd like you to note that the entire population of Hartford is only 166,267 people, but every one a good citizen. Now, tonight, our three regulars, Franklin P. Adams, Oscar Levant, and the New York Sun's columnist, John Kieran, take special pride in welcoming as their colleague one of the most distinguished and far-sighted of living Americans, Mr. Wendell Willkie. Now, I'm going to ask permission of our audience to stop for just a moment and step into my role of book reviewer, and quite frankly, to urge every American to read Mr. Willkie's new book, One World. Now, most of us haven't time for much reading. Make time, if you can, for One World. It's not a book. It's a searchlight. And now I have the privilege of presenting to our radio audience the Governor of Connecticut, the Honorable Ray Baldwin.
Mr. Fadiman and ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to welcome to Connecticut's capital city tonight the famous Information Please group, enhanced by that greatly distinguished citizen, Wendell Wilkie. And I'm sure we all feel intensely proud that this hall should be packed to its full capacity by Connecticut Yankees anxious to show their patriotism in this very, very practical way. The figures that have just been announced are just as staggering to me as they are to you. But being rather of a calm and cool people, we just take it and say that this is the traditional way that Connecticut does things. And I'd like to just add this one word for the people outside of Hartford in the state of Connecticut, and to tell them that today their state government has subscribed to $9,300,000 worth of these bonds, which is not included in the figures which have been given to you. And so, on with the drive for the sale of the bonds, and on with the show. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. All right, gentlemen, we're all set. And here we go with a question from Gene Renwick of Bismarck, North Dakota. And here's the question. Who, on account of his size, was known as the Little Giant? Mr. Wilkie.
Stephen Arnold Douglas.
Stephen Arnold Douglas is right. What's his middle name?
Stephen Arnold Douglas.
Adams, did you know his middle name was Arnold?
I don't think it was Arnold. Oh, yes.
Well, that's a fine way to start
I
the
went
show.
to the Stephen A. Douglas School.
You never knew his name was Arnold?
No.
Well, you just listen to Mr. Wilkie, which a lot of people are going to do. How about this one? Now, again, on account of his size, this fellow was known as Long Tom. This is again from our own American history. Long Tom. Mr. Levant?
Was that Lincoln's father?
Not that I know of, no.
Well, he was Tom and he was long.
Yes. No, I don't know how long he was. Mr. Wilkie, did it come back to you? Mr. Kieran?
I know a ball player, pitcher, Long Tom Hughes. That's all I remember.
Thomas Jefferson was known as Long Tom.
Not to me. I never called him.
Oh, no.
Well,
I call him TJ. His father may have been. His father was tall, but he was only 6'2".
How about this one? Who was known as Little Poison? Little Poison. Mr. Kieran.
That would be Lloyd Wainer, former he's an outfielder still, I guess. He used to play with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yes. Is there any particular reason why he was called
Yes, he
Little
had
Poison?
a brother named Paul who was Big Poison.
He's still living. He's Big Poison.
Who? Big Poison still living?
They're both living.
Both
the poison to poison call.
Yeah. Evening is getting kind of poisonal, Mr. Adams. How about this one from Olivia Burnett of Lafayette, Indiana? Again, get 2 out of 3. Who or what in literature made these sounds? The first sound is moaning and groaning. These are references to works of literature. Moaning and groaning.
Moaning at the bar.
Mr. Wilkie?
Moaning at bar, if that's what you're speaking of.
Let there be no
Tennyson.
moaning. There's moaning, all right,
No
in Tennyson's
groaning.
Crossing the Bar. We haven't got any groaning.
The same.
Mr. Kieran?
Well, would that be the water coming down at Ladore?
It made all sorts of sounds except moaning and groaning, I think.
Didn't do that, huh?
The one I'm thinking of is the moaning and the groaning of the bells from Edgar Allan Poe's poem,
That's right,
The
the
Bells.
bells.
Is that right, Mr.
Yeah,
Kieran?
that's right.
Right, Mr. Wilkie? Okay. How about this? That's one wrong. Now, what made the sounds jingle and jangle? Jingle and jangle, Mr. Levant?
Da-da-da-da, jingle, jangle, da-dum. Spurs.
Spurs, yes, that's right. You didn't have any other idea, did you, Mr.
I
Adams?
thought he'd say spoys.
Comes from Pittsburgh, not Brooklyn. How about sound and fury? What made sound and fury? Mr. Kieran.
That is Macbeth's famous speech. Life is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Right. Absolutely right. How about this one? Irvin S. Fulop of Union, New Jersey, sends this in. I think this is a very interesting question. Can you quote, not exactly, but just the substance, the first part of the Bill of Rights, the first commitment of the Atlantic Charter, and the first of Wilson's 14 points? Now, you don't have to take all of them, but Mr. Wilkie, would you give us start us off on it?
Well, the first provision of the Bill of Rights has to do with freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, right of assembly.
That's exactly right.
And let's see, now what was your next one?
The Atlantic Charter, the first commitment of the Atlantic Charter.
The first commitment of the Atlantic Charter is of Great Britain and United States agreeing that they will not seek any territorial or other aggrandizement, isn't it?
That's exactly right, Mr. Wilkie. You're going swell. How about the 14 points? Late lamented.
That's Wilson's 14 points?
Yes, unless you have some others up your sleeve.
Wasn't that where he talked about open covenants openly arrived at?
That's exactly right, Mr. Wilkie. That's 3 out of 3. And all of those worth remembering, Mr. Wilkie, you think? Every one of them?
Particularly today.
That's quite right. How about this one from Lina Grierson of Bridgeport, Connecticut, not far from where we are at the moment. What famous person do you associate with this maxim? Sir, I would rather be right than be president. Mr. Wilkie.
Henry Clay.
Yes. Would the rest of you gentlemen care to commit to this a little once in a while? Mr. Kieran.
I only wanted to say...
He wasn't either of them.
Well, he took it out of my mouth.
Well, I don't think everyone got that, Mr. Kieran. What were you going to say?
Same thing that Frank said.
What'd you say, Mr.
He wasn't either.
He was neither.
Yeah, Henry Clay, yeah. Well, he was often right, but he never did get to be president. Mr. Wilkie, when did he make that remark? Do you know what point in his career? Apropos of what? What speech? Well, it was in 1850, referring to the compromise. Quite right. How about this one? The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Who said it? The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Mr. Adams.
A prize fighter.
Name him. Precise information we need, Mr. Adams.
I don't know. It might have been Corbett? Jeffries.
No, it was neither Corbett nor Jeffries. Mr. Kieran?
Just Willard.
I would say it was Jack Dempsey, among others.
Well, before that, Mr. Kieran.
Plus, the Cornishman, the freckled Cornishman, Bob Fitzsimmons.
That's the one. Yes, Bob Fitzsimmons, just before his fight.
Just before he fought Ed Dunkhorst, the human freight car, who fell.
When was this, Mr. Kieran?
Around 1900 or perhaps a little earlier.
A little earlier than that, that's right. Now, who said, I'll tell the world? What? I'll tell the world. It's a famous phrase. Who said it first? I'll tell the world.
Oh, I think that's in Shakespeare.
That's right, Mr. Kieran. Quite right. Mr. Wilkie, congratulating Mr. Kieran.
I remember.
Walter Winchell in Shakespeare.
Yes, can you guess the play, Mr. Kieran? You're generally very good at this. Just drag that play out from your subconscious.
No, it'd be a waste of time.
I don't know.
Measure for Measure. It's Isabella to Angelo.
That's right.
Remember it now? I'll tell the world what manner of man thou art.
That's right.
Shakespeare said it first. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3. How about this one from Miriam R. Goldberg of New York City? What American public figure of the past or the present would be a suitable guest on Information Please because of these varied talents and interests and activities? I'm going to name them. Now, this first chap was or is the following: a linguist, a botanist, a violinist, a dancer, interior decorator, architect, philosopher, ambassador, administrator. Mr. Wilkie.
Thomas Jefferson.
That's right, Mr. Wilkie. Quite right. What were you going to say, Mr. Levant?
I was going to say Thomas Jefferson.
Very good. Oscar, if Mr. Wilkie ever becomes president, you can be vice president.
Sounds like a good ticket.
Mr. Wilkie, I want you to give our other young men a chance once in a while. We'd like to hear from them.
Not if I'm vice president. I'll be glad to shut up.
You'll have to.
Well, that's something to look forward to. How about this one? Now, this chap, an American of the past or present, was a country school teacher, a compositor, a wanderer, an editor, a war correspondent, a government clerk, a nurse, a poet, and an essayist. Who was he? Mr. Adams.
Walt Whitman.
That's quite right. Yes, I had several hands on that. Mr. Wilkie and Mr. Levant. What were you going to say, Walt Whitman, Mr. Levant?
I was, because he was a nurse. That's what tipped me off.
That's right. That's what tipped it off to you.
So I'm in the cabinet.
And now, gentlemen, here is the third of our famous figures. This fellow was a teacher, a lawyer, a farmer, a traveler, an author, a business executive, and a soldier. Have three hands. Mr. Kieran.
That would be Wendell Wilkie.
Is that right, Mr. Wilkie?
Well, modest.
That's quite right. Yes, Mr. Wilkie entered World War I as a private, and how'd you come out, Mr. Wilkie?
Captain?
Lieutenant.
Captain.
Wasn't it Captain?
Well, I was the first lieutenant throughout the war. I was recommended for promotion at the end when they knew I was through.
You mean you kind of held your own, eh?
And now we have a special question for our Heinz expert. Mr. Grauer, as one who knows his groceries, you ought to be able to tell us, where does the word grocer come from?
Well, so far as I can discover, the word grocer really means Mr. Big. About 500 years ago, when the name first came into use, it was given to spice dealers who bought in gross, meaning in large quantities. Now, most of us probably have just taken it for granted that grocery stores are as old as history. As a matter of fact, they're not. For centuries, every family had to rely on the food they and their neighbors raised, so you can pretty well imagine how dull the diet was. Of course, there were a few peddlers selling rare, expensive spices from the Orient. But it wasn't until around the year 1100 that spice shops appeared in London. These shopkeepers sold mostly spices and condiments, highly prized because they made meals more tempting, just as Heinz 57 varieties do today. Now there are around 500,000 grocers in the United States alone, and certainly nobody realizes better than you how important these men are to our communities. Under our wartime setup, their job is more vital than ever. So when you think of the grocer, you can rightfully think of the original meaning of the word big. He has a big job to do, and he's doing it in a big way.
Thank you, Mr. Grauer. And now we'll go on with a question from M.C. Burns of Wilkinsburg, Pennsylvania. And this is a question about some famous Connecticut worthies. All these chaps came from Connecticut. And each of these men revolutionized something. The work of what Connecticut man revolutionized small arms? Small arms. Mr. Wilkie.
Remington, wasn't it?
Well, Remington certainly was very important.
Mr. Colt.
Mr. Samuel Colt, yes. Invented what? Do you know, Mr. Adams?
The Colt revolver.
Yes, but a particular mechanism which revolutionized small arms. Mr. Kieran, you might possibly know.
You repeated, didn't it?
Yeah, the revolving breech pistol.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
that's
right.
what a revolver means.
It made it easy for domestic murders to
Yes, I beg your pardon, Mr. Kieran. You want to brood about that, Mr. Levant?
I'll brood about you.
Now, what Connecticut man revolutionized the study of the English language in America? Mr. Adams.
Noah Webster.
Noah Webster. Mr. Wilkie was about to say the same thing.
Noah Webster of Hartford.
Was he of Hartford? I don't think he was of Hartford.
Hartford and New Haven.
What'd you say?
I think he was from Litchfield myself.
Litchfield. Well, we'll hear from Hartford and Litchfield in the morning. Now, what Connecticut man revolutionized the economy of the South? The economy of the South. Mr. Kieran.
Eli Whitney.
Yes, Mr. Wilkie
Invented
what?
the cotton gin.
Invented the cotton gin, that's quite right. That gives us three Connecticut men out of three. How about this? From Mrs. H.A. Dinsmore of Washington, D.C. Complete these trios. I'll name the first two parts, and you give me the third part. The first, I'm afraid, is extremely easy, but worthwhile remembering. Life, liberty, and gentlemen.
Pursuit of happiness.
Very good. All right, that's just as a starter. By the way, Mr. Wilkie, who said that immortal phrase? Who said that? Who invented
That's
the
in the
phrase?
Declaration of Independence.
Yes, Tom Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson.
How about Ruth, Musel, and Mr. Levant?
Coombs.
Who is this trio?
This was an outfield trio in the heyday of the Yanks when Miller Huggins was manager.
Yes, quite right. They don't have any heydays anymore, Mr. Levant?
Not since as of last October.
Less hay. How about, here's another trio. Eiling, Chingling, and Eiling, Mr. Wilkie.
Those are the Sung sisters.
Yes, and can you complete the trio by giving us the third? Eiling, Chingling, and...
Chingling is Madam Sun.
Right.
Eiling is Madam Kung.
Quite right.
And Mei Ling is Madam Zhang Chai Shek.
100% right, Mr. Wilkie. That's very good. Mr. Wilkie, on your trip, did you meet all of the famous three Sung sisters?
Yes, I've met them all, talked with them all.
And are the other two as charming as Madame Chang is?
Yes, they're different types of sisters. Madame Sun is a very serious-minded person, much devoted to liberal causes, and Madame Kung is an extremely able person.
It's an astonishing family, isn't it, Mr. Wilkie?
Yes, it's a remarkable family. It's not alone charm, it's great ability.
Yes, indeed. How about this one? From Albert T. Lowe of New York. Who are the outlaws suggested or described in these compositions? So we're going to have some compositions played for us, and each of them should suggest an outlaw. Is that clear? Let's have the first. I had Mr. Levant's hand on note number 2. Mr. Levant?
Till Eulenspiegel.
Till Eulenspiegel is right.
By Richard Strauss. It was not born in Hartford, Connecticut.
All right, let's have the second outlaw.
Gilbert and Sullivan?
No, Mr. Adams. That was Mr. Adams.
Oh, my Little John, that's Robin Hood.
Robin Hood is right, Mr. Adams. Very good. Who wrote the music?
Reginald de Koven.
Very good. Yes, quite right. And now the third and last of the outlaws. Well, I have 1, 2, 3 hands. Mr. Kieran.
The villain?
That would be Wilhelm Tell.
Yes, William Tell, let's make it. He was a Swiss. Quite right. And who...
that isn't the villain.
Well, no,
I didn't say he was a villain.
He was made an outlaw.
Yes, he was an outlaw, as Mr. Kieran reminds us. Who wrote the music, Mr. Kieran?
Rossini.
Rossini is right. 3 outlaws out of 3. Here's one from Roger Stanley of Boonville, Mississippi. And may I remind you, gentlemen, that it is part of your duty to miss occasionally so that we can send a bond or two to these poor folks who send in the questions. How about this one? Can you complete the line that begins... Are you in this, Mr. Adams?
I'm missing on
purpose. Complete the line that begins with the words, how dear. How dear. Mr. Wilkie.
How dear to my heart are the scenes of my childhood.
That's quite right.
That's a misquotation.
Well, if you're going to correct Mr. Wilkie, this is maybe your first and last time.
It goes,
Mr.
how
Adams.
dear to this heart are the scenes of my childhood.
And what did Mr. Wilkie say?
How dear to my heart.
Either is
He's
correct.
Nuts.
Either is correct.
I don't think you ought to crab on me.
No offense, old fellow.
I don't want to precipitate a political argument, Frank, but apparently either of those is right.
That's the point system song.
Now, here is another line that begins, how big?
What?
How big? How big, Mr. Adams?
How big was Alexander, Pa?
Never heard of it.
How big was Alexander, Pa, that people called him great?
Who wrote that?
I don't know, but it's in 100 recitations.
It is, really?
Yes, sir, and thousands of people in this hall have undoubtedly recited it at times.
Oh, that's just pressure politics.
All right, 10.
I bet that's true, Mr. Adams. I was thinking of the line in Edna Ferber's So Big, famous line, Mr. Levant.
Well, you say how big, and the kid says so big, and Warner Brothers made a big picture out of it.
How big is the baby, as Mr. Levant reminds us, so big. But I'm sure you're right, Mr. Adams, and you get 100% on that. How about this one? A line that begins, how far? How far?
How deep is the ocean?
Mr. Kieran.
How far... is that from Shakespeare, from Merchant of Venice?
Yeah, yes.
How far that little candle throws his beam, so shines a good deed in a naughty world. How's that, Kieran?
That's very good.
I was looking for a slight misquotation on that, Frank, but by gosh, you got it all right. That gives us 3 out of 3. Here's one from another Connecticut citizen, Robert Hale of Darien, Connecticut. A famous American once said, "Few die and none resign." By the way, does anyone know who did say that? Few die and none resign.
If you die?
No,
Few.
Few. That's wishful thinking, Oscar.
I can dream, can I?
Few. Few die. Mr. Adams.
I would guess that it would be Benjamin Franklin.
That's a good guess, Mr. Wilkie.
I would guess that was Jefferson. I'm not sure.
Mr. Wilkie is right, Mr. Adams. He was right about that old oaken bucket, too. All right, now, that isn't the question. The question is this. Can you name these people who, in effect, did resign? For example, can you name 2 crowned heads who abdicated voluntarily?
Yeah,
Abdicated voluntarily. This isn't so easy. Mr. Wilkie, start us off. Mr. Wilkie, name one of them.
Charles V.
Charles V.
Charles V, who was emperor, resigned and went to a monastery and made clocks thereafter. He's one of the most distinguished men of the Middle Ages, voluntarily abdicated.
If you think I'm going to contradict you, Mr. Wilkie, you're mistaken. Mr. Levant.
Well, besides the Duke of Windsor, there was a Queen Christina of Sweden who resigned and went to Rome and lived there for the remainder of her life. Greta Garbo did it in a picture, but it was historically true anyway.
You know, you learn a lot of history your way, Mr.
No,
Levant.
that was...
As a matter of fact, Oscar, I'm not sure you're wrong.
As a matter of fact, you're wrong. I happen to be right. It has nothing to do with the picture.
No, I think it's quite possible that Queen
It
Christina
isn't possible.
did
It's
abdicate.
right. If you don't know it, tell me.
It may even be right. Mr. Wilkie.
I insist Charles V resigned in favor of Philip II.
I didn't say you were wrong either, Mr. Wilkie.
I thought you said I wasn't.
I have never had a more quarrelsome group to deal with. Some of you children are going to be sent to the back of the class pretty soon. Mr. Kieran?
I was only going to corroborate Mr. Wilkie and say that when the Emperor Charles V went into this convent, he tried to make 5 clocks keep time together, and he couldn't do it, so he said, what's the use of trying to make people keep together when you can't even make 5 clocks run?
That's very discouraging.
John, you're exactly right.
I think that more familiar to some of our audience, including me, are Edward VIII, who abdicated voluntarily.
I mentioned. Did he do that voluntarily?
Well, practically
Under the compulsion of love.
And Carol of Romania in 1925, although he did return in 1930. Now, can you name 2 Supreme Court justices who resigned? Mr. Wilkie.
Clark was one. Clark was resigned about 10 years ago. He was appointed by Woodrow Wilson.
That may be one. Mr. Adams?
Hughes. I think...
Hughes is right, Mr. Levant. Mr. Adams?
I think... No, he didn't. Taft did not resign.
Well, we have an answer from Mr. Levant and
Hughes
Mr. Wilkie,
right.
both right. John Jay and Jimmy Burns also resigned. How about 2 men who refused the Pulitzer Prize? Mr. Levant?
Mr. Saroyan and Sinclair Lewis.
Saroyan and Sinclair Lewis is exactly right. How about this one from Mrs. Grace McDermott of New York City? Can you classify these people for us? Who cannot be sued for slanderous remarks made on the scene of his duty? Mr. Kieran?
Member of the House of Congress.
That's quite right, yes. Mr. Wilkie, that is correct. A wise provision, would you say? Would you say that was a wise provision?
Yes, it's subject to abuse, but nevertheless, if they would be subject to arrest, they couldn't debate at all many times.
And who cannot be restrained from disciplining a superior officer?
What?
Who cannot be restrained from disciplining a superior officer, Mr. Adams?
Probably a member of the military police.
That's quite right, Mr. Adams. And who cannot buy a bond for a ticket of admission to tonight's broadcast? Who cannot buy a bond for admission?
We couldn't buy any. We tried. People not in Hartford.
What'd you say, Mr. Levant?
People out of this district.
And the Secretary of the Treasury and the Treasurer of the United States and the Solicitor of the Treasury may not do so. Now, at this point, may I say that the H.J. Heinz Company has courteously surrendered its commercial time to the Treasury Department. But what is there to say about the buying of war bonds that this small city of Hartford has not already said? Our appeal to all of you is to beat Hartford, and Hartford won't mind. Now, the next city to have a chance at the record is Cleveland, which we'll visit on April 26th. In the meantime, everybody buy bonds. And that's all we have time for. Thank you, Mr. Wilkie, for demonstrating another of your many talents this evening. Tonight, the H.J. Heinz Company has paid out, I may say, no sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica and no dollars in war bonds and stamps. So that, Mr. Wilkie, while you may stand very well with the people of this country in general, I think Mr. Morgenthau is disappointed in you. Next week, Mr. Kieran and Mr. Adams will be back in New York, and they will be joined by two guests, Ford Frick, president of the National League, and Grantland Rice, the veteran sports expert. Remember, send your questions and their answers to Information Please at 570 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now, Ben Grauer, our Heinz reporter.
Until next week at this same time, the makers of the 57 varieties wish you good night and good health, and remind you that the Keystone label of Heinz is your guarantee of highest quality in full-flavored foods and your assurance of maximum value for your precious food ration points. This program came to you from Bristol Memorial Hall in Hartford, Connecticut. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Adventures of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, is based on the characters from the comic strip of that name in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement that comes to you each week in full color with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's best artists featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly. Remember, the Comic Weekly is to be found in your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And now, The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Jim, on a secret mission back to the United States in company with the mysterious Mr. Smith, found that the chartered plane on which he was traveling had been taken over by the Nazi spy von Recep, who was flying them out over the ocean. Jim and Mr. Smith, by the clever trick of emptying the contents of the fire extinguishers into the ventilators of the control cabin of the plane, quickly overpower von Recep at the controls, and Jim takes over only to find that the plane is out of gas. Nothing but the broad Atlantic beneath them.
Think we can make it, Jim? If we're lucky. Very lucky. How far would you say that little island up ahead is, Jim?
Oh, 6 or 7 miles, Mr. Smith. With our altitude only 6,500 feet, we'll have to do an awful lot of coasting. Oh, there it goes. We're completely out of gas now.
Well, didn't seem to do us much good to knock out this Nazi spy we've got here on the floor of the cabin. Looks like we're done for.
Oh, feel that?
Oh, yes. I felt like we were going up, but that's impossible.
No, we ran into some updraft. The altimeter shows 6,600. We picked up 100 feet.
Well, then you think we might make that little island after all?
Well, if we get a little more of that updraft, it'll be a cinch.
There it goes again. We're rising again.
Look, picked up almost another 100 feet that time. Say, you know, for the first time in over 6 hours, I'm beginning to feel good again.
Jim, I just thought.
What?
Do you suppose this Nazi here was heading for that island?
Well, that idea's been bothering me, too.
Hey, Jim, take another look at that island.
Yeah?
Notice anything strange about it?
No, what do you mean? Wait a minute. Yes, those shadows. They're not real.
That's right.
Why, with the sun in this position, those shadows should stretch the other way.
Yeah.
That island is all camouflage.
Now I can see it quite plainly.
Oh, no doubt about it. This must be the place he was heading for. Seems pretty ironic that we should bring ourselves in.
Our prisoner is just coming to. That carbon dioxide in the fire extinguishers must have been pretty effective.
And also the bump he got in his head when he passed out.
Well, we're right over the island now, Jim.
And plenty of altitude to spare.
Our prisoner is trying to open his eyes.
Funny calling him our prisoner. Because of that island down below us is what we think it is, we're still his prisoners. Well, let's not worry about that now. I'm going to bring this buggy down with a dead stick. I'll have to really concentrate.
Down we go.
Look, we were right. That is a camouflage. A camouflaged airfield.
Yes, and a little reception committee.
Nazi soldiers.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I had a couple of machine guns on this ship.
Well, looks like we're in for it now.
And not a thing we can do about it. Hang on. We're going to touch ground in a minute. Wheels are down. Here it is.
Lieutenant von Recipe.
Lieutenant von Recipe, whatever his name is right here on the floor, mister.
So, you are the Americans. Please put your hands in the air and come with me.
Welcome, Mr. Bradley. Welcome to Port San Rigo. Won't you sit down?
What have you done with my friend?
Have no fear, Mr. Bradley. Your friend is being well taken care of. Now, I should like to ask you a few questions.
I should like to ask you a few questions first, Mr.
Ehrmann. Heinrich Count von Ehrmann.
What are you and your men doing here on an island that belongs to a neutral country? Why is this island camouflaged? Why is it fortified? Why are there hidden airfields?
You're very naive, you Americans.
Naive, eh? Perhaps you've applied the wrong meaning to that word, Count. We trust people, yes. And we give them an even break in a fight. But once let them fight dirty, and then the nice, easygoing, complacent American becomes a tough customer to deal with. And you know why?
You evidently mean to answer your own questions, Mr. Bradley, so go ahead. Why?
Because he's an American, and he knows what he's fighting for.
Bravo, bravo. My country could use you in its propaganda bureau.
Not me, they couldn't.
Yes, yes. I had heard that you were unapproachable. Now as to your mission back to the United States.
Oh, you knew about that.
Of course, Mr. Bradley. It's our business to know what our enemy is planning and beat him to his own game.
I see. Well, if you know, why do you ask me?
Just to check? Just to check on the accuracy of our information.
Well, you won't get anything more out of me. In the first place, I don't know. And in the second place, I wouldn't tell you if I did.
Of course, you realize, Mr. Bradley, that we have ways to make one talk. They are rather unpleasant.
Yes, I've heard tell of them, Count. You can usually judge a people by the methods they employ to get a thing. How are all your brother wolves and their mad dog leader?
Schmaut, shut up, Schweinhund. I will teach you to speak with respect of the Führer. And we control the world.
Not when, Count Furman. You mean if.
Schmaut.
You can't seem to make up your mind what you want me to do. First you want me to talk, and now you want me to shut up.
You will talk when we want you to, Mr. Bradley. Never fear.
Maybe.
Guard. Take this prisoner back.
Superfeld, come.
I will see you later, Mr. Bradley. Perhaps you will change your mind.
Go in. Jim, I was getting worried about you.
Smith.
Did they question you, too?
Oh, it was a toss-up as to who was questioning who. I asked a few questions myself. What happened to you?
Well, they gave me a going-over with very little success. They threatened me with plenty to try to make me talk.
I guess I got the works promised me, too. Told them I didn't know anything, which in my case is the truth. By the way, what is this secret mission of ours?
Jim, believe me, I'd like to tell you, but my orders were not to say a word till we get back to the United States.
From the looks of our predicament now, that'll be some time off, if ever.
Yeah. Well, I can't break my word, Jim. You'll just have to bear with me.
Right, Smith. Anyway, this room here may be wired, and we may have listeners of a distinctly unpleasant variety.
Yes, you're right.
Come over here by the window. I'm going to speak right into your ear. So even if they have a dictograph hidden somewhere, they won't know what we're saying.
Go ahead.
We've got to escape from this place and give the warning. I don't know what they plan to do from this island, but from the looks of things, it appears that they're going to use their hidden planes to attack somewhere in the States. They must have a lot of bombers here, and they can do a lot of damage before our Air Force and Navy find this base.
Oh, how can we get the information back?
2 ways. One, steal one of their planes and run for it.
Oh, that's too dangerous. They'd shoot us down even if we were able to get away. What's the other?
There's a wireless station just back of the airfield where we landed. We can get into that and send a message giving the location of Port San Rigo.
It's a long chance.
Yes, but we've got to take it. Now, look. When the guard comes back to bring us some food, it'll be dark.
What time is it, Jim?
Almost 9 o'clock. Dark enough now to try it.
Yeah, but where's the guard? You don't suppose they're going to starve us into submission, do you?
Quiet. Here he is.
Here's your supper.
Thanks. And here's something for your trouble. got him. Yeah, he's out like a light. What a sucker he is for a right to the jaw. Quick, Smith. Put on his uniform. Yeah, right. Now, when you get that uniform on, you're going to be the guard. You're going to march me across the flying field with a gun in my back. Yeah. When we get to the wireless shack, you and I will go right in. Just keep walking, Smith. Don't look to the right or the left. We're almost there. Looks like they're getting ready for some kind of a night flight over there on the other end of the field. Right. I hope our warning won't come too late. Must feel pretty safe. Must be pretty careless. It's all been too easy so far. We're just lucky. Hope it lasts. Here we are at the wireless station. You go in first. With the uniform, they'll be taken off guard. I'll come in right behind you, and then we'll give them the old 1-2. And no shooting, Smith. That'll give us away before we had a chance to contact some American ship or plane. Yeah, you're right. All right, in we go.
What do you want here? You shouldn't be in here.
But we are, honey. Oh! Good work, Jim. Now to send that message. Any American or British ship or plane, danger. Stand by for message. German base at Port San Rigo. Very strong. Danger. Act immediately. Act immediately. Answer message. Signed, Jim Bradley. Think it got through, Jim? Oh, can't tell. Don't know if they answer. I'll try again in a few minutes.
If that gets through...
Not if. It's got to get through. Wait a minute. Here's something coming in now.
Yeah.
Jim Bradley. Message received by U.S. Coast Guard cutter Dolphin. Please identify yourself. Identify or will not be able to use information. Signed, Captain Richard Sloan.
He thinks it might be a trap.
Yeah, but what can I do?
Well, just send him this number. It's mine. G2 will understand.
Right. U.S. Coast Guard cutter Dolphin. Identity asked for. G2 can give you verification of...
625RT Smith.
6...
So, what have we here?
Von Ehrman, finish the message, Jim. Finish it.
No, my friend. I destroy the set.
Now, you both will be so good as to come with me. I assure you that this time you will not be treated so well. Come.
Will the captain of the U.S. Coast Guard cutter act on Jim's information? And if he does, will the information reach the proper quarters in time to do any good? And what will be the fate of Jim Bradley, Jungle Jim, and the mysterious Mr. Smith? Don't miss the next exciting episode in The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow Jungle Jim's other adventures in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement containing the best full-color adventure and comic pictures. No other comic supplement gives you the top cartoonists like the all-star favorites to be found in the Comic Weekly. Follow the fun and frolics of Blondie, Snuffy Smith, The Little King, Walt Disney's Donald Duck, as well as the exciting adventures of Flash Gordon and the Phantom and many others. Join the millions of men, women, and children who every Sunday find the greatest of home entertainment in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper.
This program comes to you by electrical transcription. The Treasury Star Parade. With Frederick March, Al Goodman and his orchestra and chorus, and a slim, dark-haired girl who, with her parents, voluntarily left Germany 9 years ago to make America their new home.
My name is Erika Mann.
It is spring here in New York today, the season of the rising of Christ from the tomb. And the holidays remind us of other holidays, of the season of the birth of Christ, of Christmas. How often have we sat in our homes on Christmas Day, known the peace and security, contentment and all-pervading happiness which comes from the spirit of love and brotherhood, from the spirit of giving. And how often have we wished that those things would endure throughout the year, not just one day, but 365 days, every day of the year. Think of a blessed world, cleansed of hate and fear and war, where it is Christmas every day of the year. Think of it.
It is with this thought in mind that we bring you a letter from the great German novelist Thomas Mann to the German people on Christmas Day, 1940, with a musical setting by Bob Wright and Chet Forrest on themes from the Third and Ninth Symphonies of Ludwig van Beethoven, read by Frederick March with the orchestra and ensemble under the direction of Al Goodman.
German people, the Christmas feast comes round once more. A feast beloved, a feast of love. To you, the dearest feast of all, full of light and fragrance and sweet childhood dreams. Indeed, Christmas might be called the most German of all feasts. Certainly no people celebrate it with such fervor as you. That may be because its profounder religious, cosmic meaning symbolizes the beginnings and mirrors the development of your civilization as a people. In the primitive pagan time, it was the feast of the winter solstice, the rebirth of light out of wintry darkness, and the breaking of a new world dawn. New light became the manger in Bethlehem. The feast became the birthday of the Savior and Son of Man, whose great gentle heart gave to the world a new feeling for humanity, a new morality, who called his Father in heaven the Father of all men. So now once more you prepare for the Christian, the Germanic feast. For the second time, in this war which your present leaders have foisted upon you and the world. Grieving, many of you, for sons and fathers perished in the onslaught upon your neighbors. Heavy-hearted, surely, all of you, at the thought of how long this is to go on, and to what it will come at the last. You lay out the presents. They will be rather sparse, for good things are not easy to come by. Though your masters, in your name, have plundered the continent they have overrun. But the Christmas candles burn. Tell me how, by their light, do the deeds look to you, which your leaders have forced you as a nation to commit in the last year? How do they look, all the vilenesses they deliberately have made you guilty of? The fathomless misery and human anguish which National Socialist Germany, a Germany no longer permitted to be either German or Christian, has piled up round its borders. Tell me, how do these deeds harmonize with the beautiful old hymns you are singing with your children? Your own hearts full of sweet, childlike emotion. Or do you no longer sing the old songs? Instead of Holy Night, have they ordered you to sing a bloodthirsty party hymn of hate? A hodgepodge of street songs and cheap tabloid propaganda that take an obscure good-for-nothing and make out of him a mythical hero? I doubt not you will obey, for your submissiveness is boundless and grows, let me tell you, every day harder to forgive. Boundless, well-nigh unforgivable is your trust, or rather let us say your credulity. You believe a miserable forger of history, a counterfeit conqueror, when he tells you that through him and through you, a world shall dawn where all those values will have perished that make not only a Christian, but quite simply a human being. I mean justice, freedom, and truth. You believe him when he says that he, the man of the millennia, is come to put himself in Christ's place and to substitute for the gospel of the brotherhood of man in God the code of body and soul destroying force. You believe him when he says you are the master folk, called to the creation of a new order, where all the other people shall toil for you as slaves. And as slaves of his unholy fanaticism, you go fighting on, berserker-like, for this hideous new order, for a future world wherein to celebrate the feast of peace and love would be a far worse blasphemy even than it is today. But above all, you believe that it would be the end of the German people, that it would be all over with them forever were they not to win this war. In other words, if they were not to follow a criminal madman through thick and thin and to the uttermost end, an end which will not, I should say, be much like a triumph. You have been told that in such a world there would be no place for you, but that is not true. Do not believe them. For in our, not the National Socialist new order, of justice and the commonweal, of responsible freedom and free responsibility for all, a new order for which a socially regenerate England fights, and with her a richly resourceful world, you will find your proper place. That place in the sun which no one can attain by shrouding the world in terroristic darkness. In this new order, opportunities for self-realization, for the satisfaction of your deepest needs, will be open to you. Quite different from those in the world of slaves, where your role would be that of chief slave. The satisfaction, for instance, of a very German need, the need to be loved. Do we not all know that underneath all the misdeeds you have been led into, there still survives the profound desire to be loved? Do we not know that it does not make you happy at all to act as the enemy of mankind? That at bottom you find it a desperate and frightful misery? Germans, save yourselves. Save your souls by ceasing to give allegiance to your taskmasters, who are thinking of themselves and not of you at all. I live in the world from which, though you belong to it, you are shut off. I know, and I say to you, never will that world accept or tolerate the new order, the subhuman terrorist utopia for the sake of which your leaders are driving you to starve and die. Never will the great Christian peoples of the world suffer it that peace, when it comes, and it is longed for by you too, shall be celebrated upon the grave of freedom and human dignity. In the next few years, you can, if you will, multiply tenfold the sum of human agony, which by your credulous submissiveness you have already brought about. But in the fullness of time, the measure will be the measure of your own agony. And how, at the end of all the madness, things will be in Germany, of that one cannot bear to think. Germans, Christmas has come. Be moved, yes. Be roused by the message of the bells, and understand its meaning. It says, on earth, peace, and to men, goodwill.
Such was the message to the German people, written Christmas 1940 by Germany's greatest novelist, Thomas Mann, now in exile. War is a dirty business, but we've got to go through with it to gain these ends. So get going, Mr. and Mrs. America, because that's our job. And how about those United States savings bonds and stamps? Buy them from your butcher, your banker, your drugstore, your post office. Get the habit. Budget part of your income every week. And join the Treasury payroll savings plan wherever you work. United States savings bonds and stamps are your way of investing in America. And remember, war is never cheap, but it's 1,000,000 times cheaper to win than to lose. The United States Treasury Department thanks the distinguished artists who donated their talents to this performance. Mr. Frederick March and Miss Erica Mann. Orchestra and chorus were under the direction of Al Goodman. Writing by Malcolm Meacham, John Matouche, and Hal Block. Production by William A. Bacher. This program was transcribed. This is Larry Elliott speaking.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, is requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, gang, hand over that GI ration book, for we're tearing out the biggest radio coupon of the week and delivering music and laughter to Allied battlefronts direct from that international postal address, Command Performance, Special Service Division, Los Angeles. Here in the States, spring has crossed the finish line. The Easter Bunny is galloping down the home stretch. And sauntering out of the wings, Flanked by the Charioteers and the Music Maids and Phil is that sure bet with the AEF, Bing Crosby.
When you're down and out, lift up your head and shout. There's gonna be a great day. Angels in the sky promise that by and by there's gonna be a great day. Gabriel will warn you some early morn. You will hear his horn. Root-toot-toot-toot, it's not far away. Lift up your hands and say, there's gonna be a great day. Skies were dark, came Noah's Ark. Amen. When lions roared, came Daniel's Lord. Amen. Lord, help those who pray. And on Judgment Day, if you believe, he shall receive you. Amen. When you're down and out, lift up your head and shout. There's gonna be a great day. Angels in the sky promise that by and by there's gonna be a great day. Gabriel will warn you some early morn. You will hear his horn. Root-toot-toot-toot, it's not far away. Hold up your hands and say, there's gonna be a great day.
Thanks, Ken Carpenter, John Scott Trotter, the Music Maids and Phil, and the Charioteers. And hello again, fellas. Oh, what about this here printed form you guys from Midway send to Command Performance for delivery to the gals in Hollywood? It's entitled Application for a Date with a Sailor. It says here, fill in name and address, weight, height, age, waist, and, we skipped that. Also fill in the following, very important. Are you married? If so, will husband accept traveling job? Can you cook a steak? It's a silly question. Where are you going to get a steak? If single, do you live at home? If so, please indicate exact position of light switch in living room. Brother, you guys on Midway aren't fooling. Next, you'll be wanting to see Lana Turner's Social Security number. How about that, Bill Sutherland? Say, while we're with the ladies, we ought to check with a gal who really knows what the AEF wants. That's right, men. Miss Dinah, sure enough, sure. Hi, Dinah.
Hi, Bing.
Hey, you going to have a shivaree or something over at your house? I see a truckload of confetti over there in front of the joint.
Oh, that isn't confetti. That's a load of Command Performance mail heading for the Crosby home.
Is that what that is?
They had a couple of letters in there for me.
Get her a couple of letters. Then how come the International Philatelist Association has made you their honor member,
Oh, they're after my sugar stamp.
Could be.
But seriously, I'd like to tell Sergeant Johnny Orr in Australia that Mother Orr sent his letter down from Seattle and we're working on Kepler. And say, fellas, all those pieces of Zeros and Junkers and Messerschmitts you've been sending us, if you wouldn't ruin the whole plane, we could start a Command Performance Air Force. Love to Tenny and the mechanics at 860, and greetings from West Nashville to Sarge Welsh. Private J. Jenkins at 922 writes the first fan letter in his family since Aunt Minnie thanked Teddy Roosevelt for making her husband a rough rider, thereby leaving one less mouth to feed. We're moving into the backyard of the PX boys at 944 and calling T-Bone in Alaska. T-Bone says his morale is now up to 132%. Earl Taylor, Navy 8110. Glad you got my Christmas card. Spill a little egg on it and call it an Easter greeting, too, will you? Hello to Bermuda, Australia, and the Aleutians. And to all of you everywhere, here's a tune you've ordered in wholesale lots. Taking a chance on love. Here I go again. I
I hear those trumpets blow again, all aglow again, taking a chance on love. Here I slide again, about to take that ride again, all starry-eyed again, taking a chance on love. I thought the cards were a frame-up I never would try, but now I'm taking the game up, and the ace of hearts is high. Things are mending now, I see a rainbow blending now. We'll have a happy ending now, taking a chance on love. I thought the cards were a frame-up I never would try, but now I'm taking the game up, and the ace of hearts is high. Things are mending now, we'll see a rainbow blending now. We'll have our happy ending now, taking a chance on
Thank you, Dinah. Don't run off now. Stick around for the floor show. We'll tandem up on a tune or two. Well, gang, we'd like to have words with the lads in Site 3 at 634, and Buzz the 3 Gs and Mr. River Jordan in Northwest Africa, and Lou, Johnny, Al, Stan, and Ernie in New Guinea. Also, a red-headed girl named Rusty sends her love to a private and pals at 525. At 954, there are 8 eagle-eyed machine gunners who join with the postal boys at 871. Sarge Bill Russell at 629, Lieutenant Robert S. Armstrong in Australia, Private Meyer Gendel in North Africa, and thousands more of you here and there on planet Earth to request that great musician and philosopher from Van Buren, Arkansas. Now, don't just dig this boy's handle right now. The moniker sort of slips my mind. John, can you jar my memory a bit there? See what you mean.
Well, thank you, Bing.
You're welcome, Bob.
I say thank you, Bing.
We went through that. Go ahead and talk. Go ahead. What are you waiting for?
Well, I'm waiting for you to get off out of the way over there.
What's the matter with me just standing here?
Well, ordinarily that'd be all right, Bing, but right now I'm supposed to give a lecture to the boys over there on what the best-dressed men will wear in Hollywood this Easter, and you ain't no inspiration.
I'm semi-formal tonight. What's the matter with my clothes?
Well, I don't know, Bing, but somehow or other, your pants always look so tired.
You don't mean they're baggy, do you?
Baggy? Bing, I don't want to get personal, but, you know, I worked over here with you for pretty near 7 years.
That's right.
And I want to tell you, many a time I've seen you sit right over there, and you'd get up and walk halfway across the hall before the seat of your pants started to follow you.
And I always thought it was my agent, too. Why didn't somebody tell me?
What do you mean somebody tell you?
Yeah,
Why,
nobody.
Bing Crosby, you know as well as I do, your own boys call you bucket britches. I wouldn't, honestly, I wouldn't hurt Bing's feelings for anything in the world, but besides, I'm just kidding. Everybody just kids about Bing's crows. To tell you the truth, Bing Crosby has set one style that I know of here in Hollywood. Bing is the first man I know of to start wearing the seat of his pants knee length. I know, though, that you boys, I know you men would rather hear about the women's styles over here. And so I think I better tell you about them. Now, you know, about 2 years ago, the women they went in for short-waisted clothes, high-waisted. And then last year, they went back to low-waisted clothes. And this year, I see again, they're gone back to the high waist. I thought I'd better tell you boys that so you won't get mixed up. Because when you come back home here, you may start to hug a girl and you don't know whether you're going to choke her to death or trip her. I do want to tell you, though, before I go, that the scarcity of materials has affected the women's styles over here, and especially in bathing suits. Now the bathing suits, why, I don't know, maybe the man who designed them, I think his motto must have been that nothing succeeds like nothing. I never saw such skimpy things in my life. They're made out of cotton. Of course, they don't use nothing but cotton. And I saw 3 of them bathing suits made out of cotton. And I want to tell you, there was just about enough cotton in them 3 suits, just about as much cotton as you find in the top of an aspirin bottle. I took Grandma down here to the show, down to the style show, where they were showing them bathing suits. And one of them girls come walking down this runway, and she had on one of them one-piece suits, and Grandma looked at her, and finally Grandma turned to me, and she says, "Robin, if we had wore them kind of things when I was a girl, what a grandpa I could have give you."
Say, Bob, isn't it thrilling, the recent news item from Tunisia about the new secret weapon that the American forces have developed down there? They nicknamed it the bazooka.
Oh, Bing, you never will know what a thrill I got out of that.
Yeah.
It's really, that makes me awful proud.
Well, it should.
Well, Bing, I'll tell you, the thing that made me so proud is just the idea that they would think enough of the bazooka to perfect it like they did. I'll tell you what I mean. Now, you notice when I play the bazooka, I always turn it out towards the audience. Bing, you've noticed I always play it with both eyes shut?
I've noticed it, yeah.
Yeah, that's because I just can't stand to see people suffer. And I've often wondered if that bazooka could be perfected so people would suffer more than that. Well, now, at first I thought this
I think they did it down there.
Well, I thought so myself at first, but that secret weapon, if anything, that's more humane than my old bazooka.
How do you figure that?
Well, now, that new weapon, that kills people immediately.
That's right.
Yeah. And
when you play, it just sort of numbs them, huh?
That's it.
You're going to play something.
Yeah. All right, if you want to take my line, yes, that's what I meant.
Oh, I grabbed one for myself.
Yeah, you sure did. Well,
I haven't had a funny line since you left the Kraft show.
Well, Big, that's wonderful of you to say that. Tonight, just in honor of them naming the bazooka, that new instrument, the bazooka, I want to play the men. I want to play them a piece that I used to play over in France. There are smiles. Go ahead, Johnny, please.
Thank you, Bob Burns. In a few countries, like Germany, Italy, and Japan, the weight of the record points to a pretty hollow regard of the kind of world citizen who likes to drop into the old village church of a Sunday morning. But our postal pipeline into the battlefronts of the United Nations tells us that such days as Easter Sunday still symbolize the rich significance of life in lands where the church is still a vital part of man's daily existence. By way of having command performance say this in music, here's your favorite quartet, the Charioteers, with an appropriate spiritual.
While there, when they crucified my Lord, were you there? While there, when they crucified my Lord, were you there? Oh, sometimes it causes me to tremble, tremble, tremble. Were you there when they crucified my Lord? Were you there when they nailed him to the tree? Were you there? Were you there when they nailed him to the tree? Were you there? Oh, sometimes it causes me to tremble, tremble, tremble. Were you there when they nailed him to the tree? Were you
Thank you, Charioteers. And from Captain Walter Pope, and the men at 786 comes this letter. Last night, the Army gave us a new radio. For the first time in 8 months, we heard command performance, and it was wonderful. Only the lack of a highball kept us from believing that we were back home again. Which leads us inevitably to this note from Lenz, Branstad, Pohl, and Dole at APO 25. Says the gang here would like to hear the sound of ice tinkling in a glass and the fizz of a seltzer bottle. Okay, sound man, make like a bourbon and soda, huh? Put a head on mine, too, will you? While you guys are lingering over that nice icy poultice, we'll sneak out for another shot of that intoxicating voice of the Tennessee thrush, Dinah Shaw. Hey, Dinah, we've drawn ourselves an assignment here.
How's that, Bing?
Well, the fellas say in their letters if you can't make command performance an hour long, why don't you whittle down the tunes and catch up on our letters?
We'll start whittling, Master
I'm a whittling,
Bing,
I'm a
because
whittling.
in New Caledonia, the guys want a touch of the old grown of doing Margie.
Hit Parade 1909. Margie, I'm always thinking of you, Margie.
Lovely
Can't
sentiment.
it?
I've got 4 other daughters now.
And Brother Winkler at APO 832. He'd like Tangerine. Lay a bit of that tangerine on him, will you, Dinah?
Tangerine, when she passes by.
I like that better than Helen O'Connell, you know that? Bob Harrison with the Minesweep
my-
Navy.
Okay.
Wants somebody else has taken my place, and he says I hope not.
Well, I hope he means this one, and you sing it.
Somebody else is taking my place.
Go on.
Somebody else now. Look at
Shares
your
your
dirty
embrace.
face. or something.
Bing, the orders are still rolling in for I Love You Truly.
I love you truly. I don't dig that one. How's it go?
I love you truly,
A little low for me, Dinah. Get it up a little.
life.
What about all those letters asking for that Spanish tongue twister that you do, Dinah?
All right, well, now don't you forget to yell who.
I'll put it in there.
His Irish heart went dingo when he saw the Rosa Juarez.
Who's this?
Conchita, Mariquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Don't you know he's had description? Bing, a message guys at 823 want to hear Apple Blossom Time.
I'll be with you in apple blossom time.
Continue.
I'll be with you and change your name to mine.
Continue.
Church bells will ring. Oh, for Bing. You were supposed to sing the trombone part there. Where were you?
I was thinking about a trumpet.
How about your poet friend, Bill Olivier, and Pat Wing 7 and that Basin Street?
All right, you start it and I'll watch for an opening.
Oh, won't you come along with me? We'll sing a word or two now and then. We'll take a boat to the land of dreams.
Steam down the river down to New Orleans.
Good.
Bing, up there in Alaska, Woodrow Smith wants Dear Mom.
Dear Mom.
So many of the fellas want that song, so we sort of touch it lightly.
Dear Mom. Da-da-da-da-dee-da-da-da-da. You know the words to that. You did it on the canter show. This girl is practically inarticulate, doesn't know a word. You hum all... What do you do, hum for canter? Lester, you're not getting out of here without doing a repeat on good old Mama Done Told Me.
With Crosby on the bump.
Bumping that song.
My mama done told me
Titter-a-boom.
when I was in pigtail.
Titter-a-boom.
My mama done told me.
That's the English horn part. Dave, look at old John Scott Trotter over there. He's got nothing to do.
Willie, let's be sociable. Come on, drop in, Mr. Trotter.
Yes, John, get clubby, chubby. It's Easter weather, you know. Easter's nigh upon us, and the shore gal and I feel like joining the Easter parade. In your Easter bonnet, with all the frills upon it, you'll be the grandest lady in the Easter parade.
I'll be all in clover, and when they look us over, we'll be the proudest couple in the Easter parade.
On the avenue,
Fifth Avenue.
The photographers will snap us, and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure. Oh, I could write a sonnet about your Easter bonnet and of the girl I'm taking to the Easter Definitely a pleasure, Dinah, and our thanks to you all. The guy in charge of picking up the outgoing command performance mail is coming up the walk, so we'll pen a quick note to the San Juan Naval Station and to Jolly, Jack Jolly, and 7 of the Firehouse Gang at Guantanamo Bay. So at all whistle stops where you guys are cooking up trouble for Schickel, Gruber and Company, here's that song that you're partial to. Time goes by.
must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is still a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. On that you can rely. No matter what the future brings as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out of date. Hearts full of passion, jealousy and hate. Woman needs man, man must have his mate. That no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. And the world will always welcome lovers as time goes by.
That just about squeezed the last drop out of the old jug, but, who's the jug? But we'll be drawing off another noggin soon, and deliveries being what they are, it'll take exactly 1 week from today. Cutting the final jive right down to a nub, the good word is thanks from the crowd here at home. The best of the best from Command Performance, and so long from the USA.
This program was arranged with the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee. This is Ken Carpenter relaying your thanks to Bing Crosby, Dinah Shore, Bob Burns, the Charioteers, the Music Maids and Phil, and John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, and hitting the final announcement that Command Performance is produced for the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Here it is, fellas. The AEF jukebox of the air, G.I. Jive.
Hiya, fellas. This is Jill sending greetings from the United States of America. The jukebox is standing on its sea legs today because this session of G.I. Jive is dedicated to the United States Navy. Hiya, sailors. Just lean that swab against the nearest bulkhead while I square some of these records for you. And right on the top of the deck is the Benny Goodman Trio with Honeysuckle Rose. morning at St. Albans Naval Hospital when Joseph Libben decided to do something for the entertainment of the wounded sailors there. New radios were almost impossible to get, so he went out and gathered junk and scraps from every backyard and junk heap. He took all the stuff to his cellar, and he turned over 325 radios made from the junk to St. Albans Hospital. Thanks a million, Joseph Libben. You're a member of the home front and 4-0 with the Navy. Right, fellas? Right. Now stand by, Navy 140, because here's Skinny Ennis with a bugle call rag. was the Bugle Call Rag, and what should come next but, oh, what a beautiful morning. Bing Crosby and Trudy Irwin sing the words for Sergeant Robert Bursuta and the Communications Section at APO 37 and Albert Bodner of the United States Navy. Come on, Bing and Trudy.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. All the cattle are standing like statues. All the cattle are standing like statues. They don't turn their heads as they see me ride by. But a little brown maverick is winking her eye. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. All the sounds of the earth are like music. All the sounds of the earth are like music. The breeze is so busy, it don't miss a tree. And an old weeping willow is laughing at me. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's wonderful. Everything's beautiful. Everything's going my way.
Say, fellas, here's a new one on adding insult to injury. Navy airmen found a very unique way of returning empty bottles which had contained Japanese beer. And the Nips got quite excited when the bottles were dropped on the decks of their ships. Pilots of 15 Marine scout planes dropped the bottles at night to trick Jap gunners into firing and revealing their positions. Then United States PT boats scurried in close and unloaded their deadly tinfish by the light of Jap gunfire. And that's not all you can do with a bottle of beer. After it's empty, of course. On the Russell Islands, the Marines use them as insulators for communication and power lines. And I'm talking too much when I ought to be playing Glenn Gray's record of Birmingham Special. Here it is now. to put this session in dry dock. I hope you'll be on our beam next G.I. Jive time, and meanwhile, let me know what you want to hear. Just write to G.I. Jive, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Till later, this is Jill saying good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night.
This program was produced by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
At ease and listen to the Armed Forces Radio Orchestra with your request soloist, Martha Mears. Here's a quarter hour of the music you'll always remember, America's folk songs of tomorrow. Music will be continuous, with no interruptions for announcements of any kind. Instead, we'll give you the titles at the end of the program. So, at ease and listen.
amor, amor. This word so sweet that I repeat means I adore you. Amor, amor, amor. Would you deny this heart that I have placed before you? I can't find another word with meaning so clear. My lips try to whisper sweeter things in your ear, but somehow or other nothing sounds quite so dear as this soft caressing word. I know, amor, amor, my love. When you're away, there is no day, and nights are lonely. Amor, amor, amor. Make life divine, say you'll be mine, and love me only, and love me only, amor, amor, amor. Everything I have is yours. You're part of me. Everything I have is yours. My destiny. I would gladly give the sun to you if the sun were only mine. I would gladly give the earth to you and the stars that shine. Everything that I possess, I offer you. Let my dream of happiness come true. I'd be happy just to spend my life waiting at your beck and call. Everything I have is yours, my life, my all.
At Ease brought you Shadow Waltz, Best Things in Life Are Free, How Deep is the Ocean, Amour, I Ain't Got Nobody, Lady of Spain, Everything I Have Is Yours, Me and My Shadow, Vagabond Lover, and Just a Memory. The Armed Forces Radio Orchestra is under the direction of Major Meredith Wilson, your featured soloist, Martha Mears. On the electric guitar, Les Paul. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
it's Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat. And this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. While looking at the list of great jazz for today, it's the Paul Barron Band backing Ernie Caceres on clarinet for #1 spot, followed by Miss Billie Holiday, First Lady of Song, accompanied by an all-star group of jazzmen, and a fast and mad curtain spot for Count Basie. Ah, yes, this is fine music for today. Downbeat also sends you the best of yesterday, today, and tomorrow in jazz. Ernie Caceres, one of the clarinet greats, brings his fine artistry and ebony to our first turntable with Paul Barron and the band giving the beat to the old Don Redman tune of many years ago. It's called Cherry. Billie Holiday takes the spotlight stage center now with an all-star group of jazzmen bringing the background of blues to I Love My Man.
I'm alive, I say I don't. I love my man. I'm alive, I say I don't. But I'll quit my man. I'm alive, I say I won't. I've been slave. Ever since I've been your babe. But before I'll be your dog, I'll see you in your grave. My man wouldn't give me no breakfast, wouldn't give me no dinner. Squawked about my supper, then he put me outdoors. Had the nerve to lay a matchbox on my clothes. I didn't have so many, but I had a long, long ways to go. I ain't good looking, and my hair ain't curled. I ain't good looking, and my hair ain't curled. I want to say that. But my mother, she give me something. It's gonna carry me through this world. Some men like me 'cause I'm happy. Some 'cause I'm snappy. Some call me honey, others think I've got money. Some say, Billy, baby, you're built for speed. Now, if you put that all together, makes me everything a good man needs.
Well, you've probably recognized the men filling the background of Billy's Blues. Louis Armstrong, Roy Eldridge on trumpets, Coleman Hawkins on tenor sax, Barney McGard clarinet, Jack Teagarden on tram, Art Tatum on the keys. Big Sid Catlett was on drums with Al Casey strumming guitar, Oscar Pettiford picking the bass. Yes, Miss Billie Holiday singing The Blues. Here's the good Count Basie at his finest and maddest, too. Recorded back in 1939 when the men were all together, the good Count at the piano sparked one of the greatest groups of jazz in history. Let's listen to The World is Mad. Yes, indeed, Count Basie riding out our downbeat on some mad riffs and great solos. You've been listening to Downbeat, a quarter hour of the best in jazz. And this is Gene Norman reminding you that when you want the finest, just say to yourself, this is the Armed Forces Radio Service.